Education. It starts for all of us with a blank piece of paper. And then it leads to knowledge, curiosity, and discovery. Worlds open. Minds expand. But the road gets more challenging. And no matter how brilliant we may be, at some point, we all get stuck. So Course Hero did something about it. We set out to get students unstuck. And we made it our mission to help more people graduate confident and prepared than ever before. Today, Course Hero can help students with virtually any course at any college, anywhere in the world. And we're leveling the playing field for all, from students with children to students with jobs to students who are just plain in over their head. But we still have a long way to go. Creating a world where every student graduates is an incredibly rewarding but incredibly massive challenge. It requires finding the world's best problem solvers. It's engineers building the world's largest educational content marketplace. It's AI specialists building personalized learning and teaching tools. And it's designers and marketers who share a passion for what we do. We're also a great place to work, and it goes beyond ping pong tables. Walk through our doors, and you can actually feel the collaboration and energy. We are Course Hero. We are a hyper-growth company that is changing the way students learn and making a meaningful impact all over the world. Help invent the future of student learning.
Hey there! Looking for a no-hassle side hustle? I'm here to introduce you to a text-based Q&A platform where you can earn by tutoring whenever and wherever you want. Welcome to Course Hero. Course Hero is an online learning platform of course-specific study resources. It's a platform for students around the globe to get 24/7 homework help. As a text-based tutor on Course Hero, you can help students learn by writing step-by-step solutions or answers to student questions within your specialized field on the platform. You can choose your subject expertise, from computer science to engineering, science to math, and everything in between. As a tutor, you can answer questions in your subject expertise and help over 10 million students. It's up to you to decide whether you want to go for regular or more complex questions. No need to worry about compensation, as you'll be paid per question answered instead of per hour. Enjoy the flexibility and freedom to be a tutor on Course Hero whenever and wherever you like. So, you might be asking, how much can you expect? The base rate for questions is $3. But for more difficult questions, there are complexity bonuses. Top-tier tutors can earn around $1,500 per month. Ready to be a tutor? Here are the things you need to know to get started. You must be fluent in written English, and at least a college student with educational documents reflecting subjects chosen. Prepare the following documents and take a clear picture or screenshot. Let's get started. First, go to this link and click Apply Now. Apply only when you have the complete requirements ready. Ensure that you have a stable internet connection and to block time for the application, as you may not be able to continue it if you leave the site for some time. Don't use incognito mode, as it could lead to session timeout. Create your tutor account to start your application. You can select up to 15 subjects, but ensure that they are related to your expertise. Certain subjects will require a knowledge quiz in the next step. Fill out the form with your personal information. To prioritize your application and increase your chances of getting approved, put the referral code ACQ. Read Fountain's Terms of Service and Privacy Policy, then click to agree. Submit your requirements. Lastly, check your email regularly for updates on your application. It will take 1 to 3 business days for us to process your application. It may occasionally take longer when demand is high or during the holidays. For application-related concerns, please contact tutor-applications@coursehero.com. For partnerships or collaborations, please email ph-tutor-ops at CourseHero.com. You may add us on Facebook at facebook.com/SuperGabby and join our official Facebook group, Course Hero Tutors. Good luck with your application, future hero.
Good afternoon, everyone. The program will begin in a few minutes. In the meantime, feel free to grab some snacks or maybe even lunch if you're hungry. Grab a seat, make yourselves comfortable, because we will be having a long but exciting day ahead of us. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The program, once again, will begin in a few minutes. In the meantime, feel free to grab some snacks, maybe even lunch if you're hungry. Grab a seat, make yourselves comfortable, because we will be having a long but exciting day ahead of us. Thank you.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam! We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our impart creator community. Got some?
Hey, it's me, Guyito. Want to become a writer, artist, or photographer when you grow up? Test your creative skills with us. We're looking for kids aged 7 to 12 years old with unpublished work like articles, short stories, poems, essays, artworks, videos, and others. Join our award-winning team and be a part of our Kinderpop contributors and get your awesome work published for the entire world to see. Send in your work to pop@inquirer.net or visit facebook.com/inkpop to know more. Now let's show them how kids get it done.
Good afternoon, everyone. The program will begin shortly. Once again, in the meantime, feel free to grab some snacks or maybe even lunch if you're hungry. Grab a seat, make yourselves comfortable, because we will be having a long but exciting day ahead of us. Thank you.
On November 23, 1976, the UP Circle of Industrial Engineering Majors was established by a group of IE students who perceived the adamant need for an organization that can address their academic needs. 13 brave pioneers had risen to challenge. 13 passionate hearts had united for a single cause. These 13 students have since become vital foundations of the organization. The very emblem of UP Science represents them at heart. The 13 founding members, the 13 white stripes. 41 years since its establishment, UP Science endures to build on the groundwork laid by its founders. The organization continues to pursue excellence, not only for itself, but for the entire IE community. Believing in Kaizen or continuous improvement, UP Science strives to extend service to society through the best of its means. Each undertaking of the organization only serves to fortify its legacy, and it is only through the strength of its members that UP Science continues to rise. It ought to be acknowledged that all of its members, with their great minds and noble ideas, act as the 14th forerunner of excellence of the organization. That all of the hearts it has transformed unite as the 14th force that propels advancement and change. The collective body of all its members serves as the 14th pillar that upholds the organization's values. And that in essence, the entirety of the organization is UP-SIAM's 14th white stripe. Because in UP-SIAM, we are our own founders.
As a developer,
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of the UP ACM Fest 2021. Today, we will be having international speakers with us, so I hope you're all excited. My name is Lance Lim.
And my name is Lance Pineda.
And we will be your hosts for today. We hope you still have the same enthusiasm you had from day 1. We have a great lineup of speakers for you, as joining us today are 2 ACM distinguished speakers, as well as our very own UP ACM alumna. But before we hear from our speakers, let us first congratulate yesterday's winner for the question of the day.
Can we have a drum roll, please? Okay, congratulations to Alin Louis Rios for giving the correct answer. The event organizers will be contacting you soon to claim your prize. We hope you enjoy it. Now, let's begin. But before we do that, Lance, our sponsors.
Of course. So before we continue, ACM Fest was made possible by our major sponsor, Course Hero, our ACM Fest sponsors, Samsung Electronic Philippines Corporation and Twist Resources, our media sponsor, Inquirer Pop, and in partnership with People Management of the Philippines.
This event is also in partnership with Ateneo Mathematics Society, ACM Treston Chapter, ACM FEU Alabang Chapter, ACM FEU iTech Chapter, ACM DIP QC Chapter. And ACM Fest was also brought to you by UP Circle of Industrial Engineering Majors for the benefit of Kids for Kids.
As UP ACM is united in the objective of inclusive community development, ACM Fest also aims to create a positive impact on the community. With ACM Bayanihan, UP ACM has partnered with Kids for Kids, a nonprofit organization that seeks to empower the youth and to use optimistic action to work towards a world wherein a child's right to a safe environment is lived out every day. UP-ACM would also like to humbly ask for your support in their efforts to combat online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. A generous donation of any amount would be of great help in supporting this cause. You can send in your donations via the channels posted on your screens.
Okay, and with that, let's get started with our first speaker. But before we begin, we would like everyone to keep in mind that if you have any questions for our first speaker, you can ask them through our Q&A platform. The link is displayed on the screen, and it will be sent in the chat. Now, Lance, I think it's time to introduce our first speaker.
Sure thing, Lance. Our first speaker of the day is an ACM distinguished speaker and a professor from the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science from Howard University, Washington, D.C. He is also the founder and director of Howard University's Data Science and Cybersecurity Center, among other positions he holds in the said university. He is engaged in research and teaching, and in the areas of cybersecurity, machine learning, big data analytics and wireless networking, Internet of Things, multi-domain operations, smart cities, software-defined systems, and vehicular networks. And today, he will be joining us live from the US to talk about blockchain technology and its emerging applications and use cases. Let us all welcome and give a round of applause to Dr. Danda Rawat.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to give a talk. So I guess you can hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
That's great. So let me adjust the screen. Okay. So let me remove this part. Okay. Again, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for attending the session. I really appreciate your invitation, and I'm honored to be here to present the work on blockchain technology with emerging applications and use cases. My name is Dan Rawat. I'm a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at Howard University, Washington, D.C. I'm also the director of DoD Center of Excellence in AI and Machine Learning, and I'm also the director of Data Science and Cybersecurity Center at Howard University. I also hold the position of Graduate Program Director for Computer Science graduate programs that includes Master's and PhD and Cybersecurity Certificate. So first, I think I'd like to acknowledge my funding agencies. Without their generous support, the research would not be possible. I have been receiving funds from different federal government agencies, industries, and local companies. And I would also like to acknowledge my current and previous postdocs, PhD students, master's students, and undergraduate students, and the colleagues that I have been collaborating with. Any opinions expressed in these presentations are solely my own and do not express the views or opinions of my employer, Howard University, or my funding agencies. So this would be the outline of my talk. First, I will present a brief overview, and I'll also present the motivation why we need blockchain type technology. Then I will talk about applications and use cases of blockchain technology. During this time, I will also introduce some of the examples that we have been working on. Then I will talk about key challenges in blockchain technology, even though it has features. It has a good features, but we may not be able to enjoy all the features that blockchain offers. And then finally conclude the talk. First question that comes in mind is why blockchain? So let me introduce the basic concept. I think some of you are very familiar, or all of you are very familiar with the technology, but let me introduce the blockchain and why we need a blockchain. So traditional system, something like the banking system, to make the transaction or to move money from one bank account to another bank account, or to pay money to your colleague, you need to go through the bank. So that means you need to have a trusted third party here, and all the transactions will have to go through that trusted third party. So that means it has a centralized trusted third party. If that third party is compromised, then you may not be able to do the transactions. So in that sense, it has some issues. One thing, you need to have a third party, and that third party should be trusted. And another thing is, we have a bottleneck. If the trusted third party is compromised, we will not be able to do any business, right? So to avoid that, instead of having this centralized ledger, here in this case, it's a digital ledger, you can have a copy of the ledger distributed across all users. As a result, you can avoid any bottlenecks that are associated with trusted third party. So the goal of the blockchain is to allow digital information to be recorded and distributed, but not to be edited once recorded. That is the key feature of blockchain. So instead of having this third party, which is centralized, you will have local copy with you if you are the user of that blockchain technology. There are basically two types of blockchains. One is permissioned blockchain. The other one is the permissionless blockchain. In permission blockchain, networks won't be open to all. So that means you need to have access permission to access the blockchain network. Participants are pre-approved by a designated authority. Again, there would be sign-in type features. Quorum-based blockchain is permissioned blockchain. Quorum's consensus protocol. Again, consensus protocol means you need to agree on the transactions that are happening in the blockchain network. In quorum-based blockchain, the consensus protocol is quorum chain, and it uses the majority voting. If there are 100 users, 51 users vote for consensus, then that will be recorded in the blockchain. And quorum is fast compared to others. The reason is once 50% of the attendees agree, for example, here, if you have here many users, only majority would be needed to get to the consensus, and you can have the transaction recorded. In the permissionless blockchain, networks will be open to all, so anybody can join. Blockchain used in Bitcoin is permissionless, or you might have heard about Bitcoin that is widely used, or it's popular these days, right? Consensus protocol here in permissionless blockchain is proof of work. So to be part of the blockchain, you need to work, or your system should work and solve the puzzle that is called proof of work. And proof of work makes the process slow. The reason is there is a cryptographic puzzle to solve to show that you did something to be part of the permissionless blockchain. So in permission, you need password type features or login credentials. But in permissionless, you need to do some extra work to show that you are genuinely working for the permissionless blockchain. Again, blockchain has a distributed ledger using distributed ledger technology. That means you will have a copy of the complete ledger with you as a user. And blockchain will have smart contracts that provide a way to express transactions stored on the distributed digital ledger technology, and the distributed applications that are built for end users. So these three things should be in there to have, again, blockchain implemented for your system. So this is the typical block sequences in blockchain. Here you can easily see you have a header in the transaction, and you have another block that is linked with this header arrow, and you will have another block that is also linked to the previous one. So that means you will have a pointer from one block to the another block. And the header here will have hash of current block and the hash of previous block. So that means you will be able to make the chain. And transactions could be different for different applications. In this case, we have, again, some fields given here, and we'll have a metadata that will include blockchain manager ID, public key, authentication parameters, so on and so forth. Again, depending on the application, you'll have different features or different entity here. So similarly, another block will have similar features. This is a typical diagram that is used in blockchain. These are the features of blockchain technology. One is immutability. It cannot be modified after it is created. So that means if you want to see authenticity, or you want to trace back who did something, so you can easily get that. Or if somebody changed something, then you would be able to identify that. And it's a decentralized technology. That means no third party and no bottleneck. Another thing is it is either majority based or consensus based, using proof of concept or proof of work. As a result, transparency would be there. enhanced security. No one can just simply change any characteristics of the network for their benefit. And there is no central authority, so no denial of service type attack. And it is irreversible. Once it is done, it will be recorded forever. So it's like a laser that is permanent. It's a distributed laser again. What really goes on in the laser is distributed and public. So whoever is participating in the blockchain would know what's happening in there. And the consensus, agreement to help the network make decisions. So again, as I said earlier, in permission, you need majority-based consensus versus permissionless, you need to do some extra work in terms of computation or solving some cryptographic puzzle or so that the other users would agree that you did something and you are part of the team, and consensus will be reached. And faster settlement. Again, this one is sort of like solution to the traditional problem. In traditional banking systems, when you deposit money, they may ask you to come back after one business day or so, or 24 hours or so. The reason is they want to verify that you are depositing the check that has the money, or the bank account has money and you are using the check that is associated with the bank account that has money. So that means there is a slow process. You may have to wait for one day or one business day or 24 hour or maybe 12 hour or so. So in distributed laser system or blockchain system, you can do it after you reach to the consensus, and you don't have to wait 24 hours or so. So these features are used for any application that you could imagine. So here, I just included here a couple of milestones. Again, blockchain has been there for a while. So here in 1991 to 2008, it was called distributed computing. Around 2008-9, Satoshi Nakamoto published a paper, and he wrote about the Bitcoin. And again, first Bitcoin purchase happened in 2010. And again, there are multiple, blockchain technologies. 2014, we had Ethereum blockchain funded by Crowd, Cell, and Hyperledger, and so on and so forth. Again, these are some of the milestones. I did not list it all, but these are some of the critical milestones that are significant. And after 2018 and beyond, blockchain has applications in different domains or different fields. Among many, I want to briefly talk about one application that we could use that is called iShare, where blockchain would be used for sharing the information about cybersecurity. Again, here, I will give you just a brief overview about this slide. Almost all organizations are vulnerable to cyber attacks, such as banking, 24% always vulnerable, 33% frequently vulnerable, and so on and so forth. And education, other, all organizations. Sometimes we will have a similar attacks used for different organizations because they will have similar systems or operating systems or other applications. So in that case, can we use sort of like information sharing to combat future attacks? So that is the motivation behind iShare framework. But before then, before I talk about that, let me talk briefly about how Bitcoin is, operating using blockchain. I think some of you are very familiar with this, but I'm just summarizing in one slide. Blockchain-enabled Bitcoin allows the recipient to receive Bitcoin money securely or genuinely without requiring a trusted third party. So what that means is you can do the transaction without having a bank, right? To do a transaction, the Bitcoin client software as I said, there are three components. So client is one that performs a mathematical operation to combine the recipient's public key and sender's private key, along with the amount of bitcoins that sender wants to send to the receiver. So that means if you want to send 10 Bitcoin, then you need to do this operation. Again, in blockchain, you have a public key, private key pair. The private key is used privately to decode the information, and public key is used by, again, blockchain network users to identify the transmitter or the particular user. Then the transaction is sent out to distributed Bitcoin network so as to verify by Bitcoin software clients, which are users, other than the sender and the recipient. So in that sense, what it means is everybody will have to agree that sender is legitimate and it has enough money to send to the recipient. That's why sender and recipient would not sign, but everybody else will have to sign. What that means is everybody will have to agree so that sender and receiver will do the transaction. And sender will reduce the $10, and everybody would update their ledger, and the recipient will receive and again, 10 Bitcoin if the sender sends 10 Bitcoin. And all the ledgers that are distributed will be updated accordingly. So Bitcoin system is unbreakable since transactions can be easily verified and practically impossible to generate malicious transactions to spend somebody else's Bitcoin. The reason is all the transactions are recorded in the blocks that I showed you earlier. And if somebody tries to mislead or spend somebody else's Bitcoin, it will be easily tracked, or it is not possible to do. So blockchain can increase security on three fronts: blocking identity theft. So what that means is if you cannot spend somebody else's money, that means you cannot pretend to be somebody else. Prevent data tampering. What that means is there is a distributed ledger. If you change something, everybody else will have to agree, or others in the blockchain network will have to agree. If they don't agree, then you cannot do that. So that means it can prevent data tampering. And it is distributed, and it is not based on trusted third party, which is centralized. So that means denial of service type attack will not be possible, or it will help to reduce denial of service type attack or bottleneck problem. So in this case, in ICR framework, what we use is the concept of digital, the Bitcoin concept, or digital ledger concept here. But in terms of information here, instead of using Bitcoin, we are using the information that is achieved from the organizations. So here, organizations participate in ICR framework through the block manager. Again, block manager is like a router that will have a public key, private key pair, and private key will be used to decode the information. And again, public key would be used to be identified among blockchain users. And organizations could form a group or participate individually. So here, what happens is, for example, if there are two airline companies and they want to participate in a group, so they can form a group and participate in blockchain network. Or you can think about the organizations. For example, there is a NATO, that is the organization, not organization, a treaty organization that has a combined army force to fight against other countries. So those group or those countries can form a group and participate as one group. Similarly, different banks can form a group and participate, or individually they can participate. So main concept here in ICL framework is if you see something, say something without revealing your private information. So again, how can we achieve this? So you don't want to reveal the private information, but you want to tell the truth, right? if you hide your identity, it's almost impossible to to get the accurate information, right? Because you can say, anybody can say anything, or you can say anything because you are not identified and nobody can track you. Right? So in this case, blockchain features, if we use, would help to achieve this without revealing the identity. You can achieve this information sharing. Again, if somebody uses blockchain client to transfer the money from one account to another account, you would be able to transfer the money. Other users would be able to see what's happening there, but they may not know who that the user was to transfer the money and where the money went, unless you associate your user account with your physical address. So in this case here, different organizations are participating, and organizations are sharing the information through the public key private key pair. So for example, here, two organizations, organization 2 and 3, are participating as a group. Organization 1 is participating as a individual user, and organization 4, 5, and they are participating individually. So here, what this iShare framework could do is, operating system and software development company, for example, if you have a Microsoft Windows, you need to have a licensing key to run the operating system. So if some organizations say, I have this type of attack, and I have Windows operating system, Windows 10, I have a Cisco networking devices, and I have the semantic antivirus software, and this firewall and that. So all will have a licensing agreement. If somebody says, I got attacked from this type of organization, or I got this type of attack, and I have this type of system configuration. So that information would be shared through the blockchain network, and which would be verified by different organizations. If operating system was from Microsoft, then Microsoft will have to verify that that organization had actually the operating system from Microsoft. If not, then that information will not be verified. So using that, they can share the information about the cyber attack, and other organizations can get the information and deploy the solution. So here, again, if one bank gets hacked and that bank shares the information with others, so competitors might misuse that information. So here, hiding the private information is very, very critical, because other organizations could misuse if you reveal the private information. Something like, oh, bank A got hacked, and bank B can misuse that information for its own benefit. So another example is blockchain-enabled wireless network virtualization. This concept is slightly new, I think, in most part of the world. But here in United States, we have a Google Fi project. If you are not familiar with this, again, wireless virtualization is a concept that is like network service provider. Let me take the analogy here. You have, let's say, Uber type application. If you are familiar with Uber, Uber is a taxi company that doesn't have any taxi cabs. So still, it operates like a taxi company. Similarly, in wireless communication, one organization can be wireless service provider without owning any infrastructure. If you are familiar with Airbnb, that provides the room rentals and so, but Airbnb itself doesn't have any hotels, any real estate, or houses or buildings, right? It just does the agreement with some homeowners and so, and it provides the room for the guests. So same concept applies here. In wireless virtualization, mobile network virtual operators, again, mobile virtual network operators sublease frequencies and infrastructure from infrastructure owners and provide the wireless service to the users. Again, users don't deal with the actual infrastructure owners. They rely on mobile virtual network operators. So Google Fi is a phone, developed by Google company, but Google doesn't have any infrastructure for the wireless service, it subleases the infrastructure from other companies. So Google Fi is like Uber for wireless. It doesn't have any infrastructure, but it has wireless service for its users. So here, blockchain is used for creating wireless virtualization and subleasing the frequencies here for the users. For example, here, again, different service providers are participating in the blockchain network, and they are subleasing their idle frequency bands to create virtual networks. Here, you can see one frequency is borrowed from there, another frequency from another service provider, one frequency from one service provider, and another frequency band from another service provider. And those frequency bands are combined logically to form or create one wireless virtual network. And here, one virtual network is for financial institutions. So that should be secure for the users because it has a sensitive information. So this one is the general purpose internet user network. So you don't have to have a highly secure system. Normal security should be enough. And the next one is high-speed nodes network. That means vehicular network. Vehicles are moving with high speed. Those users would need low latency wireless connection. So we can create logically wireless network through the wireless virtualization and provide the wireless service to the users. And users will deal with the virtual network operators instead of the actual network operators. So with this approach, users can get the best service that they can get from the wireless networks. So here, blockchain network is used to prevent double spending. So what that means is once one frequency band is allocated to one virtual network, that frequency band cannot be allocated to others. Whatever transactions happen, transaction means operations, happen in the network would be recorded. Again, these transactions would be related to subleasing or using somebody else's frequency band. Something like this. If you are requesting an Uber, nobody can request the same Uber again. So that is like you are having the exclusive right. If you are sharing again the Uber and you have the shared request, then you would be able to share. So same concept applies here. If you are exclusively asking for frequency, blockchain network would make sure that that frequency is exclusively assigned. If it is not exclusively assigned, then you will have a network performance degradation. So just we wanted to see how the network is performing. So one is scenario one, which has a double spending. What that means is one wireless network service provider kept some frequency band for its own users, and it subleased some frequency bands to MVNO1, MVNO2, and MVNO3. If you add all, this should be more than 100%. So that means there is something that was spent twice, or there is double spending. Another one is there is no double spending. If you add these all values, it would be 100%. So that means there is no double spending. So this one is the blockchain scenario. This one is without blockchain scenario. In underloaded scenario, that means when not many people use, then there is no impact, whether there is double spending or not. But when system is overloaded, that means system is occupied completely or full, then in scenario one, there will be issue. Okay, the network performance would be lower than the scenario with the blockchain. So blockchain-based system could prevent users or could prevent the double spending so that users would be getting better data rate. So data rate would be much higher compared to the other scenario without blockchain. So these are other applications that we can think of. Yeah, I will talk about a couple of them. Again, these are different applications that you can use blockchain for, from finance to smart homes to food safety to music to the passport or birth certificate or marriage certificate, death certificate, so on and so forth, all the way to any other applications and use cases that need transparency, decentralized, immutable, secure, and consensus-based system. Okay, so I'll just talk about some of the applications. One application of blockchain is cryptocurrency, right? Bitcoin. So again, it has a benefit of cryptocurrency, right? Cryptocurrency means you don't have to have a cash. It's like a credit card, but it's not a credit card. Credit card goes to the bank or centralized trusted third party, but in cryptocurrency, you'll have a distributed scenario. If you are familiar with Bitcoin, you know it. So it can be a global payment currency. For example, if you are traveling from one country to another country, and those countries use different, currency, then you need to exchange your one currency to another to be able to use the money there or buy things there. But if you have a Bitcoin, you don't have to do that, and there is a cost for exchanging the currency, right? For Bitcoin base, there is no extra cost for exchanging because exchange is not needed. So that is one application in finance, which is very, very successful. And again, because of the success of Bitcoin, that is just blockchain. Now blockchain is being proposed for many other applications. Another one is again insurance claims and processing. That's one other example. These days, people file insurance claims, and the insurance company may not know whether it's legitimate or somebody did it, with malicious intent. So with this blockchain, there will be digital ledger, which is sort of like a permanent, right, immutable, and the insurance claims and processing will be handled in a better way. Okay? Another application is blockchain government that can also be related to the land, with digitized technology. Okay, just I will take one example here. If you have, the land or something to sell, we can use the digital prints or digitized version of that, property, and sell that property, and nobody can lie about it. I heard that, some people will show you a land in one place, and that land actually belongs somewhere else, or it doesn't belong to that particular person, or that land that person sold is not from that exact location. He will show one location, but the land is somewhere else. So that kind of fraud can be prevented from this type of applications or using blockchain technology. And I talked about the cybersecurity, how you can share the information without revealing the private information so that other participating organizations can prevent the cyber attacks or prevent from malicious actions from the malicious actors. So other again applications is intellectual property. You can avoid piracy in the software, piracy in the music, and so on and so forth. Other application is the food safety, right? If you are buying a food that is that has a tag, it says it is expiring tomorrow. If somebody changes that tag to a couple of days, nobody would know until you test that food, maybe in the lab or after you cook or so. So in blockchain-based, food safety system, if somebody does that, we can check where it happened and when it happened, and it would be easy for checking those malicious actions. Similarly, again, other applications, wireless network, I just talked about it. Fundraising transparency, that's another application. You might have heard about, fraud in fundraising using some software, GoFundMe type, software. People would get the money and then nobody knows where that money goes or who uses that money. Mostly, it would be used in a good way, but you never know. So in that case, maybe a blockchain-based system would help to provide the transparency in fundraising. Similarly, in healthcare, so these days you need to go to the doctor to get your healthcare information, right? Typically, it depends on the countries, but health-related information is very, very critical, and it is considered to be highly secure information in most countries. If somebody gets information about the person, then they may, manipulate the data and mislead the medication and so on and so forth. So that means it's very, very critical. So if we use the blockchain for all patients and hospital, for hospital system, we can prevent those type of activities. So without having any issues, without visiting the hospital, we can get the information about the health or medication or so on our device using blockchain, and it will provide, again, robust security and transparency as well. Similarly, one example is the academic transcript. I will briefly talk about it. It depends on, again, country, how academic transcripts are handled. In the United States, you don't get academic transcript from the university permanently. So every time, if you have to send a transcript, you need to request to the university, and university sends the transcript directly to the recipient, whoever it is. So that means if you have a transcript and you submit by yourself your transcript to the recipient, they may not trust you. So in that case, university will have to send the transcript directly to the recipient by mail. So that process can be automated using blockchain. So instead of university sending that, if you have a blockchain network for academic transcript, you can send, or the student can send the academic transcript to the employee or whoever is the recipient using the blockchain technology, not through the university. So if you are sending to university, that means it's like a trusted third party. You need to go through them. But in the blockchain-based technology or blockchain-based academic transcript system, you can directly send, and it would be legitimate. In this case, again, it would be similar to Bitcoin. In Bitcoin, you have a coin. In the academic transcript system, your score, your course information would be like Bitcoin, and that would be sent to them. And again, it would not be like spending your transcript, but it would be the instance of the transcript that is being sent to the recipient. Similarly, again, passports, voting is big issue. If we can uniquely identify or associate the voter, then voting would be very, very robust, and no voting fraud would happen. So similarly, again, as I earlier said, the personal ID it can be used like a driving license type thing, the passport, other certificates of birth, marriage, or death. So again, any other applications and use cases that need transparency, decentralized, immutable, secure, and consensus-based system, blockchain can be a solution. I think these are the applications that we envision, but there are other that I haven't listed here. Still, it has a lot of benefits, but there are some open challenges in blockchain-based network. So one is the throughput. Throughput is basically the speed of the network. Okay? is the existing network bandwidth enough? The reason is here, when you have a distributed ledger, and when, let's say, this user sends some money, let's say some Bitcoin to this user, everybody will have to update their ledger to reflect, let's say 10 Bitcoin is transferred from here, so it should be subtracted, and 10 Bitcoin here added. So that means this ledger will have to be updated, this ledger will have to be updated, and all once they have a consensus, right? So in that case, there is a transaction. And if there are millions of users, the bandwidth that is used to transfer those blocks may not be enough for real-time communication. That's one challenge. And there are ways to do that, I mean, to handle this. For example, instead of exchanging the complete distributed ledger, you may just exchange the delta part. And again, there are other variations as well. But the bandwidth and the throughput is one challenge. Another one is the latency, which is also known as delay. How often the ledger should be updated, and what is the least tolerable updating delay? As I said earlier, if 10 Bitcoin is transferred from one account to another account, and all ledgers will have to be updated. So what could be the least tolerable updating delay that the system can tolerate? Again, it depends on the application. It depends on, again, the domains and field, but still, what would be the least tolerable updating delay? So that is one critical. Adversary can disallow a miner's block from reaching all other miners for a long time. Again, miner means users. Okay, let's not go into particular term here at this point. But if permissionless blockchain is used, that means everybody will have to agree. That means they will have to sign the transaction, or they say, I'm okay to have this transaction recorded. So that means another will have to do the same thing, another user will have to do the same thing. So in that case, if one user just intentionally holds that block, other users would not be able to get into the consensus mechanism, right? So as a result, they would not be able to reach to the consensus, and the transaction would be delayed. So how can we make sure that there are no such malicious users who would delay the process? Okay? Or what is the tolerable delay that one user can have? Let's say one user has a low computationally capable device, so it may take a little longer time. In that case, what is the least delay that we can tolerate? Another one is energy consumption. What could be the minimal or optimal energy consumption in the user device in blockchain network, right? Because they need to do some, again, in permission-based, they need to do some puzzle-solving tasks for proof of work to show that they did their homework to execute their transactions or sign their transactions and to be part of the blockchain. So if they are doing computationally complex tasks, energy consumption would be high, right? So what would be the minimal or optimal energy consumption for typical blockchain network? Again, it would depend on the application, what application we are targeting, but what is the minimum boundary that we can have and still we can have reliable blockchain network? So again, blockchain networks provide, or blockchain technology provides a lot of features, and it has a lot of features and provides the robust system for almost any system that we can imagine and that we can digitize. But at the same time, there are some challenges, right? The latency and delay could be because of the malicious users. Throughput and bandwidth could be because of the malicious users, right? If malicious users are sending unnecessary data packets to jam the network, then blockchain would not be successful. And if somebody sends some fake packets, and everybody will have to do some calculations, and so energy consumption will be high. So again, there are a lot of challenges, and the security is one issue. Which causes basically one of these three or all of these three issues. So with that being said, I think we are within the time. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer.
Hello, sir. Thank you for your talk. That was a very interesting talk about blockchains. Okay. So again, I'm sure you guys have questions for him. So let's move on into our Q&A. So for our first question, so here is our first question, sir. Hello. What is the most innovative use of blockchain technology in your opinion?
That's a very good question. I think the application depends on. I think it depends on where you want to use, right? There is one company. That company is implementing blockchain-based land, management in one of the the African countries. So that would be a novel idea of implementing that for a particular country, right? And similarly, if somebody want to use blockchain for passport, I think that would be an innovative use of blockchain technology. I think not many countries are using it. Similarly, it depends on application. I think of other areas that you can think of. I can give you one example where we can think of like what would be the innovative idea. Before Facebook, there was one social media platform. I think some of you are familiar with Hi-Fi. That was the social media platform, but that platform was still there at the same time. Facebook came, and Facebook became popular. Right. So the reason is it had better features, and it provides maybe better security compared to the previous version of social media platform. Also, so again, if you use blockchain technology in certain application in an innovative way that avoids attacks, that avoids the issues that I mentioned, it still works with low bandwidth scenarios. It provides, let's say, energy efficient solutions, and it doesn't suffer from the delay, right? Those would be the innovative ways. I think otherwise the core technology would be the same.
Thank you, sir, for that profound answer. Thank you for giving an example. Okay, let's move on to our next question. So, sir, what can you advise someone who wants to start their career in blockchain technology?
That's also a very good question. Yeah. So I think in my opinion, you need to start with understanding the basic concept behind blockchain technology. I think there are some open courses by universities like Harvard or Princeton or other universities. Okay, there are YouTube-based courses. I think those are open access. Similarly, you can also find Coursera course, because you need to understand the basic concept before you start thinking like building system for a given application. So I think you need to start with understanding the fundamental concept, how it works and how you can implement, because at some point you need to develop the system for that application with the blockchain technology. So I think you need to, if you haven't started, you need to start with how it works, and you can start with JavaScript, and if you search for how can I implement fundamental or basic blockchain in JavaScript, and you will see everything coded there. And once you run, you will understand, oh, this is how you do the implementation. I think that is best way to.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. The other Lance had to go attend to something, so I'll take over for now. But thank you for that. Hopefully that answers the question. Let's move on to our next question, please. What are the current breakthroughs in blockchain technology?
I think, yeah, this is also very interesting question and very good question though. Yeah. I think, the blockchain itself is very robust, and it provides a lot of, features for different applications. It's a great technology, but it has some weaknesses too. And it could be attacked by the cyber attackers, or malicious users. So in that sense, I think, one of the breakthroughs is the Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin, um, if successfully implemented, will eliminate banks. There will not be any banks, right? I mean, banks will be gone, and blockchain technology would take over, and there would not be no, paper-based currency or so, and we will have just like credit card type things, or just the digital coins, right? I think the Bitcoin is one of the sort of breakthrough in blockchain technology. But I think that the others are sort of variation, right? I mean, sort of variation of this, the distributed ledger, which is blockchain technology. But I think it has a potential, but it has also some, drawbacks that will be misused by attackers.
Thank you very much for that, sir. Hopefully that also answers the question. Let's move on to our next one. Hi, Dr. Rawat. I'm an undergraduate in computer science. We've only tackled blockchain briefly in class. If we want to begin working with blockchain tech, how or where do you suggest we start? This is from Miss Mariel.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. So I think you can start with, if you search on the internet, you will see the sample code and how it works and how you could, tune towards your question. I think it was okay. So you can start with, those sample projects based on JavaScript or so. If you are computer science students, I think you know how to program in JavaScript. You can start with that. And you can make it like a complex system that you could imagine, right? The one example that you can start with is the simple problem that you have in your university or so. And you can definitely take some YouTube courses that are publicly available. And there are some, Coursera courses. Those are also available, but I think you need to pay some money. I'm not associated with that, but I think they charge you some money. Otherwise, I think if you take some open source courses, you should be able to implement this. And JavaScript-based blockchain implementation is very, very easy to start with.
Okay, so just to recap it, that there are indeed paid solutions, but there are also a lot of open source solutions out there to help start with the careers. So hopefully that answers the question. And on to our next one. Hi, sir. All of the use cases of blockchain technology seem exciting. What particular use case would impact everyone in the future?
Yeah, this is also a very good question, I think. Yeah. I think, depending on the country, I think, in my opinion. For example, if we use blockchain for healthcare here in the United States, that would be one of the breakthroughs. Because, another application is a passport, right? We don't need sort of like, paper-based passport, or maybe electronic device would be, identifying people. But at the same time, right? And how would you handle when you forget the password or so, right? You might have heard about that when there was a Canadian businessman with a lot of Bitcoin died without telling the password or the encryption decryption key to anybody. So that Bitcoin is gone, right? So it depends on, I think, the application that particular country focuses on. And then another application is like how the application would be accepted by the people around the world, right? So maybe cryptocurrency would be one, right? Everybody would use it, but it should be accepted by all. For example, in the United States, if you are using blockchain, you need to report to the IRS, which is the organization that gets the tax from the people. Otherwise, you can avoid the tax, right? So if you do things legally, then I think that is also the possibility, right? Cryptocurrency could be one of the applications that could give us sort of like good application and good service, right? So I think it depends on the country, depends on the policies of the country and all. So maybe one application would be better for one country and maybe not better for other countries. For example, buying and selling land in US is pretty straightforward. So nobody can lie, or nobody can show you land in one place and sell the land somewhere else. But some part of the world, that's sort of like a regular process. Sometimes they sell like White House, but they show land somewhere else, right? I've heard the news that they sell Prime Minister's house or so, but they show the land somewhere else, right? So again, it would depend on the application that we target and the location we target, I think. So land, the blockchain-based land management would be very, very promising for certain part of the world, maybe not promising for other part of the world. Similarly, the healthcare may not be a big issue in certain part of the world, but in certain part of the world, that would be a big issue. So I think it depends on the application scenario also. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, sir. Actually, I it's also good to think about that. It really depends on where you are. But yes, thank you for that one. Let's move on to our next question.
Sure.
In your opinion, will all or at least most countries be able to adopt blockchain technology?
Yeah, this is also, I think, a very, very, very timely question. It depends on, for example, we have 50 states, and some states don't allow Bitcoin, or some states, change the policies and they allow Bitcoin, but you need to notify to do the transaction and all. So I think there should be some governance or legal framework to accept this. For example, if you are making like a blockchain-based passport, then there should be a legal framework to accept that, right? Otherwise, it will be a little challenging. The Bitcoin, I think, started the discussion on how we could use blockchain for different applications and still, enjoy the benefits that we can have from the blockchain. But I think it would depend on, countries' policy, how they want to accept it. So I think it's a very good question though, but it will depend on what they want to do, right? Some countries may not have a network for deploying their blockchain network, right? Or the internet connectivity for blockchain network, so they cannot. So they need to look at what they can do and whether they would be benefiting from blockchain technology, right? And there are some countries, they can easily implement blockchain technology, but they have some legal issues, right? Or they have some policy issues. So I think, everything should be addressed in sort of like a package. I think the technology means, connectivity issues, and maybe legal issues and the policy issues.
I see. Thank you, sir, for that answer. Our next speaker has a question for you. Let me just read it out. Dr. Singh would like to ask your opinion about the Internet of Blockchain or the Cosmos blockchain. What are your thoughts on it, sir?
Can you repeat that?
Internet of Blockchain, yes.
Internet of Blockchain, right? Oh yeah, here I see the question. Okay, I see. you have covered or not, but I would just to know your opinion about Internet of Blockchain, Cosmos blockchain. Yeah, yes, it is emerging topic. Again, so basically, I can define the term here. So internet is defined as a network of networks. Okay, so Internet of Blockchain would be network of blockchains. Okay, so for example, if there is a blockchain of, let's say, passports, right? And the blockchain of, voters ID, and blockchain of, the driver's licensing system, right? So it's sort of like a federated framework, and people would define differently. But, as a whole, Internet of blockchain would be like a network of blockchains, okay? But it could be, federated, or it could be isolated, but it would be connected. So it's similar to Internet of Things, but things would be replaced by blockchain. But I think the Internet of Blockchain will be the future for blockchain, because you cannot have one blockchain for the entire system. You need to have a blockchain for one system, a blockchain for another system, and they should be able to talk to each other, right? For example, if my ID is associated with transcript, then there should be a connection between my ID blockchain and my transcript blockchain. Similarly, if I have another blockchain for another application, something like in healthcare, if I want to link my private information with healthcare, there should be another blockchain. So I think that the future would be with Internet of Blockchains. Yeah. I hope I answered the question, but yeah.
That is a very nice answer. We are excited to see what the future holds for us with blockchain technology. Yes. Let us see if we have any other questions. Are there any other questions in the chat or in the Q&A platform?
Sure.
Okay. For our next question, sir, what are some of the most common misconceptions about blockchain?
So yeah, many people think that the problem would be solved if we use blockchain. The one thing is it's complex process. Okay, it's not easy to implement in everywhere. So you need to have, I think, the resources to be able to use it, and the knowledge that is needed to develop the system for a particular system. Particular application. The other thing is it comes with as I said earlier, delay is one thing, energy consumption is another thing, and the bandwidth consumption is another thing, right? When you have a massive number of transactions happening, maybe your network will not be able to support. So I think a misconception is okay, yeah, blockchain would solve, but again, there are some issues that cannot be handled by blockchain.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that answer, sir. I believe our next question will be our last one. Here we have our next question. Okay, sir, what is the most challenging part of learning blockchain?
I think, yeah, this is a very good question. When you start a blockchain, because blockchain typically, because there are different variations, but it would rely on some cryptography. So you need to understand how that cryptography works. It relies on public key, private key pair. How those keys are used to decrypt the information or encrypt the information. How I can identify a particular user uniquely. I think that concept would be required if you don't have background. Typically, undergraduate students do not have a cybersecurity course or cryptography course. They need to explore on their own until they take elective courses or so. Again, depending on your university, if you have network security course or cyber security course or cryptography course, you understand the concept. I think there is no challenge at all. You can immediately catch what is going on with the blockchain. Otherwise, you need to start with how that cryptography things works, fundamental cryptography, like what is symmetric key encryption, what is asymmetric key encryption, and why asymmetric key encryption is used in blockchain, why public key, private key, and things like that. I think once you understand that, I think blockchain is straightforward. And you read the paper that I talked about, which was published in 2008-9 for Bitcoin. If you read that paper, it's a pretty simple fundamental mathematics. It shows that nobody can break the blockchain, and it's expensive in terms of computational complexity. And as a result, it is considered to be one of the best technologies. So yes, I think other than that, you can start.
Okay, that is a very nice answer, sir. Thank you for that. For anyone who's interested in learning blockchain, we hope you learned a lot from this talk that we've had with Dr. Rawat. And again, unfortunately, we are out of time. So if you would like to know more about Dr. Rawat, you may do so by visiting his site, which will be posted on the chat. And also it will be posted on our Discord server. So once again, thank you, Dr. Rawat, for taking the time to join us today, despite our time difference. And thus, we would like to present you with this award. Yes. So the Association for Computing Machinery, UP Diliman Student Chapter Incorporated, awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Nanda Rawat for being an esteemed speaker at the ACM Fest Day 3 held on July 30, 2021. Thank you again, sir. And sir,
thank you.
If we could hold for a moment so that we may have our photo op, just a picture. If you're okay with it, sir.
Hello, I'll be taking the picture. So on my count, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you once again, sir, for all your time.
Thank you for having me, and I appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoyed. And again, if you are interested to join master's program or PhD program, you could apply to Howard University. We are located in Washington, D.C. This is just a commercial. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you once again, Dr. Rawat, for all this. And I hope everyone learned a lot from the blockchain talk. Moving on from that, let's move on to our next segment. As some of you may have noticed from the past couple of days, there is a video about an internship program that we have been presenting to all of you. Now, we have the chance to learn more. Now we have the chance to learn more about it. So joining us from Twist Resources is Mr. Robert Velasco.
Mr. Velasco, are you there?
Yes. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. So, yeah, I'm here to present about not only our internship program. Can I clarify if they are graduating students or coming fourth year students?
All kinds, sir. All kinds.
All kinds. Okay. Yep. So can I share my screen?
Yes, please do, sir. Please do.
So can you see my screen now?
So we can see your screen, sir.
Okay, so I would like to present to you the Twist Resources internship and also bootcamp program. This is for the internship program, of course, for fourth year or third year computer science or IT students, and our bootcamp are for fresh graduates or those who would want to shift to a development or software development career. So again, we're Twist Resources. We're located in Clark, that's in Pampanga. So hopefully there are some of you from Pampanga or even from the north, Bulacan, Tarlac, even Pangasinan, Baguio, Ilocos, who would like to escape Metro Manila and would like to work in Clark. But currently, of course, since we are in the we are in a pandemic, so we are all working from home. So no matter if you're from Manila, you're still welcome to join us. Yep. So Twist Resources, our expertise is more on a high performance websites and application for mobile and web. So we are more on the speed of the services, speed of the site, and then optimization, etc. So if we create record-breaking site that offers response times designed to increase revenue, sites optimized for mobile and web. So our practices, we're focused on sophistication. So high volume e-commerce website, sophisticated web-facing services integrated with existing applications. And then we have our mobile applications. And of course, we focus on high quality software and web application, mobile applications. So our main technology stack on the front end, we have the JavaScript languages like Vue, Angular, and React.js. So those are our main front-end development languages. For the back end, we have Node.js and Java Spring Boot. We also have some projects that are in .NET, in PHP, but our main languages would be Node.js, especially for single-page applications or progressive websites, and Java Spring Boot for enterprise applications. And then now we have our software QA team. We're into automation. We're into all types of testing, load testing, performance testing, SOAP testing. So we use JMeter, SOAP UI, Postman, BlazeMeter, Selenium for automation, etc. Then we have our DevOps team. So we're more on AWS, but we have some projects hosted in Azure. So we have our CI/CD, build pipelines, and the other stuff for DevOps. And we're using Scrum as our main project methodology framework. We do a lot of agile practices. We have our dedicated Scrum Masters in every team. And of course, we have our creatives team for UI and UX. So some of the sites that we have done are property sites. Most of our clients are from Australia. So one of our biggest client is CoreLogic. They give property information, provide property information to their clients and to the banks. We have e-commerce sites. We have our own e-commerce service. So that is being used in Fit My Car. And then we have our educational sites, some corporate sites we did. And then we have our social sites. Again, we have a microservice for our social site. So we could create our social site fast. Yep. And then these are the technologies usually you'll encounter if you will be working on in Twist resources. Yep. So I think you have been sharing the video. So if some have not yet seen the video.
As a development intern, we were given back-end development training, front-end development training, quality assurance training, and testing. I guess the best part of being an intern here at Twist Resources is that Twist offers a lot of technical trainings to their interns, which I think is very useful once you go out to the industry.
When I first got into Twist, I was really fascinated with the organization culture that it has because the senior manager seemed to be very close with everybody, and everybody was very casual. But at the same time, people were productive. So there, I got invited to a workshop, and it's about Agile and Scrum. It's the project methodology, that framework that just abides to. So there, I learned a lot about the terms and also the processes that they follow from day to day.
I was really surprised when they invited us to join the Agile meetup because I didn't expect that those were available. And then when they asked us to join, and we went there, I was surprised that the setup was collaborative and it was just one speaker in front, and then it was everyone. Everyone could contribute. Even I was so scared to ask the question, but it gave me the opportunity to learn about Agile in a different setting from people that don't know Agile and from people that. So here at Twist Resources, even though we are in a work setting, we still have social lives within the company, not only with my co-interns, but also with some full-time employees. Like one time I was absent, the next day there's a lot of people that noticed that I was gone, so I'm not invisible in the company. And conversations range from different things, not only related to work, but our personal lives, so we can connect on different levels.
Okay. Yep. So that is our internship program. So for developers will be focusing more on the front end of Vue.js or React.js. Back end would be Node.js and Spring Boot, and then some AWS background or basics, some web design basics. We'll have that Agile and Scrum training pattern with the Scrum Alliance Scrum training. Yep. And then we also have a bootcamp or internship program for testers. So includes manual testing, test documentation, bug reports, and if capable, we'll have test automation. Again, some Agile and Scrum training also. Internship program for our DevOps. So our DevOps are using AWS. So of course, you'll be introduced to AWS technology if you're not yet familiar with AWS. Yep. So if you have questions, sorry, I was not able to introduce myself. I'm Robert Velasco, Director of Development Operations of Twist Resources. I am also a former software developer, Java, C++, all the old school programming languages, not the JS languages. And I am a certified Scrum Master under Scrum Alliance. So if you have any question about the software development trends now and also about Agile and Scrum, I will be happy to answer them if I can answer them. Yes, sir.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions? If you do, you can post them on the chat right now. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there are any questions that are forthcoming at the moment. But again, if there are any questions that, oh, okay, wait, here is a question for you, sir. How can we connect with Twist Resources for the internship program?
Yep. You could send your email or your resume. Please indicate there that you're inquiring or applying for our internship program. You could send them at careers at tooltwist.com. You could also check our website. So that's twistresources.com. Yep. And you could see at the bottom or the contact us page how you could get in touch with us. So just send your email at careers@tooltwist.com. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for that. Thank you for. Okay. Also, thank you for giving us a way to contact you. So if anyone is interested in Twist Resources, just email or go to their website. Are there any other questions? If none, sir, do you think the participants, if, oh, here's another question. In the near future, would there be a possibility for internship for first years?
Our program for internship is actually focused on those graduating students, but because what we want is to train them as similar to how we train our new or trainee software developers, if so that they could transition. So there are cases in our internship program wherein after they finish their internship, we found them that they are already capable. So we offered them already work, even part-time work, and then would turn into a full-time work once they graduated. But we will keep our options open, especially we have some inquiries about senior high students wanting to do some internship in our company. So that's still something that we could plan in the future.
Sir, to follow up on that, personal question. So do you think is Twist Resources open to maybe hosting a couple workshops, even instead of internships? Like maybe a workshop for like senior high or first years?
We actually provide trainings to college instructors in Central Luzon. So there's this organization called PSITE. So we give Scrum Agile training and then mobile development training. So currently those courses we have. So if you are interested, you just contact us. You could get the email of Chris to the organizers here, and we will happy to provide you those trainings in the future. So those are geared to future software developers and also for college instructor, college professors.
Okay, that's very nice to hear, sir. At least there are really opportunities in store. And I think that's all the questions we can entertain for now. So thank you, sir. You can contact Twist Resources by sending an email to career@tooltwist.com or visiting their website, twistresources.com. Thank you again, Sir Robert Velasco, for that presentation. And we hope that a lot of people will be contacting you soon.
All right, and thank you once again, Mr. Robert Velasco. Moving on to our next segment, it's time to announce the first lucky raffle winner for today. So that's what you do me the honors.
Okay, may I have a drum roll, please? Okay. Well, yeah, just pretend there was a drum roll. So congratulations to Angeline Almeida for winning our first raffle draw. Please keep your inbox open. Our event organizers will be contacting you about finding your clients. We hope you enjoy it. Okay, now let's move on to our next segment. But again, before we introduce our next speaker, we would like to remind you that if you have questions for our second speaker, you can ask them using the link displayed on screen or sent through the chat. Now, Lance, will you introduce our next speaker?
Sure thing, Lance. Our second speaker this afternoon is also an ACM Distinguished Speaker. He is currently an assistant professor or director of Reblockchain Group in the Department of AI and Big Data, ECIS, at Wusong University, South Korea. He is actively involved in research and entrepreneurial endeavors in blockchain technologies with artificial intelligence, information security, and autonomous vehicles. He is joining us live from South Korea to give us an insight on transforming industry for technologies. Let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. Madhusudan Singh. Dr. Singh?
Yep. Thank you, Lanslim and Pineda, for the introducing me. Sorry, I didn't open my camera. Yeah, now you can see me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you for giving this nice introduction and giving me this opportunity to show some insightful for this transforming the industry related things, right? So, before that, I just want to introduce our sponsored like ACM organizations like ACM Association of Computing Machinery is the premier global community of the computing professionals and students with nearly 100,000 members in more than 170 countries, interacting with more than 2 million computing professionals worldwide. Their mission, ACM, our mission is we help computing professionals to be their best and most creative. We connect them to their peers to what the latest development and inspire them to advance the profession and make the positive impact on the society. And our vision is we see the world where computing helps solve the tomorrow's problems and where we use our knowledge and skills to advance the computing professions and make a positive social impact through the world. So I'm proud to be an ACM member. So this is our distinguished speakers. They made possible to advanced computing, and this is our profile. There is a lot of others, more speakers for the specific topics. So if anyone wants, they can contact them from there. And yeah, this organizers is also contact me from there, right? Thanks for this contacting me from there. So here I'm just giving the more is like Lance Slim already introduced me. I'm just giving to more my research work and what I'm doing currently, as I have a 15 plus research experience in computer science and IT field. I am the senior member of IEEE Computer Society, Communication Society, member of ACM, IEEE Blockchain. I'm a distinguished speaker IEEE and ACM both, and I'm editor of the Blockchain Technologies book series, where we are publishing a lot of emerging blockchain technologies, upcoming the applications based on other things, and subject matter expert of automotive cybersecurity. I have already given the 36 and more than publications and those things. But my basic research areas, what I'm working on is blockchain technology and cybersecurity and AI, where I'm focusing about my application in intelligent vehicles, self-driving cars, related things. And for here is I'm giving my research lab link and my personal website. So if anyone wants to see, they can visit the website and find it some more interesting, then contact me. So that is the just introduction about myself. Now let's come on the topic. So today we are going to talk about transforming industry 4.0 technologies, right? So why we are asking about this transforming word? What's the meaning of this exact transforming? Transforming means something is going to change our perspective, our viewpoint, and our future things, right? So that transformation is happening every some decade, and sometimes take a decade, sometimes take a very few fast to change in the industry point of view. What industry means, how can we make that our product and all productions like industrial things to make more easier for the employee, for the developers, and for the society things. So those things we are going to talk about to transforming, how to this industry is going to transform. So I'm going to cover these topics. First, I want to discuss about what is the transformation and what is the meaning of digital transformation. And then I'm discuss to industrial transformation, that is the coming from the industry 1 to industry 4. And then I'm going to also talk about some very emerging topics and technologies. These are which are helping to change our this industry. They are making the more advanced and more improved, more transforming, make the easier to transform this industry world. So those things I'm gonna be discussed. So let's start from the digital transformation. What is the digital transformation? Words is come from terms like digital transformation has been used to describe anything creating fully responsive mobile website to developing the social media strategy. But in reality, it's called that true transformation need to involve much more than just the end product. That's for the society, for the customer point of view. So these are the based where is start the digitalization things. So as now as we know that every in the like our parents, grandparents, during that time we don't have that much technologies. They everything they're doing for the manually, even though we need to go for the bank shopping, for the agriculture and all things, we need to use the manual powers, right? Those things. But now it's gonna be change. We already seeing on this changing is happening, even though that is the changing is very fast moving things. So like beginner digital that will start digital bolt on, there is a digital seed innovation, customer outcomes and collaboration, where customer make is the what is the he wants to what is comes from outcomes, and then it will collaborate with the industry or some particular product developers. Second, we have the intermediate. That is, we are in the this era. That is the digital transformation is happening. We are seeing by we are the we can say that we are the approval, or we are the person, we are the peoples who are seeing by our own eyes to how to transforming the world in digitally things. So digital transformation is the build on the outside in customer, cultural collaboration, and a strong focus on the customer outcomes, and a durable innovation culture is reinforced. And then last in advanced version, it gonna be happen in future, or it gonna be anytime can be possible, that is changing by changing or transforming. So advanced digital disruption, that is ensure that digital is a part of the DNA everyone's job with the inherent customer advocacy and collaborative by default inside and out, but outside the partnership, and derive the ecosystem based on the business things. So that is the whole digital transformation. That is the changing of the our industry, our life, our society, ever though or whatever we can think that is transforming to all things with the help of this digitalization things. So digital, these are the some terms, basic terms they are you be using in the digital transformations, like that cause the business innovation. It comes to digital disruption, digital strategies, making the digital experience, disruptive technologies like blockchain, drones, AI, and those fields. And we find out there's some new innovation, so new innovations in technologies, those gonna be help to digitalize the our society or our perspectives of our applications things. And so these are the some pillars we need to require to transform the digital to use or make that digital transformations. So there is empower employees, there will be engage customers. They like empower employees means every industry before they are transforming, they must to be make them their employee is empowered for the what is going on, what type of research is going on, what type of technologies is coming, what is the requirement of the customers, those things. So they we can say that skill development of the employees in the industry. Then engage the customers. Each organizations like nowadays this customer service centers, we just one within a one call our all services is done for the any industry, what any product have any issues at home or at a office anywhere, we just give them one call and they will make it the more very quick to respond them. And making engaging customers means customers can be see like making the advertisement. So new attractive advertisement, the customers, they can be attract, they can be see what is the developing, what is the new thing is coming, and they will engaging with those technologies. They know about those technologies is modifying in the some particular industry or particular products. Transform the product is also transforming, means like we can see in the early times our mobile, we have that at our home phone, right? Now is we have a mobile phone, now we have internet connected mobile phone. Now we have to videos and watching movies and all things in the our phone, and we can moving to all the world. That is also is showing that some transformation, and making the how to transform that products and optimize the operation. For this like people are thinking about this AI, artificial intelligence, when it comes to is going to be a reduce the job, but they are not going to reduce the job, they are going to be a make it the easier, make it the more helpful for the peoples to make and optimize the operations of the developing or in helping for the in industry things. So this digital transformation is giving us some benefits also. For examples, they make the trust where protect your organization's data and people's informations. Make the collaboration is create the productivity, productive workplace in embrace the diverse work style. Enable your people to get things done and anywhere. Provide insight to drive the faster, better business decisions, make the intelligence for those, and analytics they are providing to transform your company's data, industry's data into the rich visual and analytics for better decision making things. So these are some steps for the digital transformation. Like they have concluded in the 5 step. First, they have the step back. Every industry, they must to be a see first, take some step back to find out the what is they are their traditional work and what they are doing and why, how to they're going to be a change, how to looks from there to changing in the future perspectives. So why it is important to look at your business from the distance. Like if anything, we are like seeing the some close, there is always be missing some points, right? So same concept we are using in the digitalization of the transforming in the industry. Second, we have to analyze. For example, if we are some of our students is someone is want to start do the startup, right? So first, he need to find out that that startup is really useful in the market or this happen in the something new. For that, then he need to see related the work related his idea to surrounding that idea is what type of organization and what type of research is going on. According to that, he will take a step back, see from the distance from his idea, then he analyze that available data in the market, in the industries. So there is so much data about your business through the online, and then you can use it to do the analysis. You don't need to create every time, make the survey and go for the know about things. All information is nowadays is available in internet. You can use those data. Then we make the plan. When you make a plan, you have something to fall back in on later. Then you need to writing down the plan is good. Testing is the more better. So test in the small scales, test in the personal level. That is not you if you invest something on there. So in the market and going to directly launch some product is better to you try to do the investment and do some analysis and analyze those environment, market environments things. Then after that, when you see that your test is successful, your test giving the really good opinions from the market, customers and all things, then you need to implement as a large level things. So that is the some digital strategies. These are the 5 digital strategies they can be made to our help for the everywhere, not only for the startups, it's also useful for the industry level, big industries level. They have also doing similar things. So that is the why industries are using things. What is the, we talk about to industry revolution. Industry revolutions are using that industry revolution have the shaped the way we live today, right? Industrial revolution can fundamentally is defined as the industrial utilization of different and advanced technologies and we move from the one industrial revolution period to another one. How can we change? We are living in this life. In starting a old time, there is a no light, no traveling, no telecommunication things, but is changing the industries, changing the communication way, making the lights, making those things. They will change our lives nowadays. Like currently, in the previously, we as ASM distinguished, we need to move some. You guys come to organize the conference. We move there, and we are delivered that as a physically present. But in this era, this time, I'm sitting my place. You guys are sitting your places, and just attending the whatever is going on. This all things. An industrial revolution can fundamentally is defined as the industrial utilization and different and advanced technologies. And we move from the one industrial revolution period to another industrial revolution. That is the most important thing. How do we know when we are, because this transformation is happening step by step, not from the drastically change, right? So how can we recognize that what is the when one industrial revolution is happening and when is we are moving to another industrial revolutions? Those things we need to recognize those things to be make how much easier to our life and our some making the previous life to till now. Those things can be making the changing from those revolutions finding things. So there is a revolution categorize an enormous change in the how human perform their manufacturing, business, or any other industrial actions, and perceived as the significant shift in producing things manually to factories situated serial. So, for example, previously, why? Okay, I'm just giving the one example. Why we are saying this is the digital transformation? That is the I started from the digital transformation things, because when we are previously, if we look back to there, everything we need to write down. We have some notes. We have to, like in the class time, we have to write down everything in the note, and professors are teaching on the blackboard and they're using some marker, sketch, and those things, right? But now we have all internet, and we are just everything is digitalization. Your class is going to be a digitalized, your whatever you require, everything, hospitals, medical, and whatever you think, that is all is digitalization. All is happening with the just through the internet or through your mobile. You're just sitting at home. You can do the shopping. You can make appointment, visit the hospitals. Now it's coming to telehealth medical. So you can also just call the doctors, call to the hospitals and tell about your problems, and they will give the prescriptions, those things, right? So that is that all is changing in digital form. That's why, and now industry R is just like in here we had mentioned, like perceived significant shift producing things manual to factory situated serial productions. That is a manually is happened. That is the first of era of industry era, when everything is doing by the manual, doing by the human perspectives. So that is the human era. Next, when we get the electricity and those things, we have like generate to the power generation and make the machines. The production is going to be a serial production, huge productions. And now everything is going to be a just within a just click, 010101, that computerization things. So information, getting the lot of data is already available on internet, do the analysis, and we can predict the what type of result we want, that things. So let's first we start about to know what is the revolution, difference between the revolution and evolution. So revolution is present, abrupt and radical change, and the evolution also refers to change, but yet it happens gradually as process. So revolution are followed by the several evolution. For example, here we can see just talking about the giving the example about to phone. Previous time we have this type of our home phone, right? We cannot bring anywhere, just is put it one place at home, and just anyone wanna talk, he go to there and they will talk with that they will evaluate in this small changes is happening. And later on it will be giving the drastical change, that revolution we can call that this in their phone to this smartphone. That is the completely drastically change, right? this smartphone is not only using for the call. This smartphone can be used for everything for related with our personal lives. And this phone, they can just call, they can just talk. They cannot send anything, they cannot share anything, those informations, right? So this is the difference. This is the difference of the revolution and evolution things. So this is the industry revolution. Let's talking about to what industry revolution process. So industry revolution in happen in the 4 phases, that is called, like currently we are talking about industry 4.0, right? So first industry revolution is happen when we'll introduce by the attempts towards mechanization supported by the steam engines for of water power. Second, it comes toward the industry 2.0 as a period of the electricity guided assembly line supported for the mass productions of the any product like vehicles. So this one is introduces in the vehicle, like first vehicle there is doing the mass production in the Ford. Is a US company, that is Ford. They using by that using those things. Industry 3 as the stage of computer technology is leading the effective automated systems. So when it's coming from the computer introduced, when we are computerize our society, our government, their industries, they are introducing these things. They have talking about to this computerization, that is the digital information, and that is the started from the information revolution 1. Second information revolution, or we can say industry 4.0, when it started the current time industrial revolution, which is associated in the cyber physical system, where cyber world, internet world, they are connected with the in physical world to automatically, and like AI, sorry, for IoT, AI, those all applications are, these are the using information era 2 or information revolution. We can say that, or data revolution, or we can also call that digitalization era of this. They have a lot of names. We anything our to comfort, we can use those things. So this is the first industry 4.0. Sorry, industry 1. There is a consensus. First industrial revolution has been believed start in the England, UK. So two main changes is happening in this first industrial revolution. There is a machine-based production over the manual production, and massive production over the small scale workshop manufacturing. So first application that is based on demand of more raw materials for the production and railroad construction they using to become a priority of the transportation things. So that is the first they developed this steam engines, and based on this steam engine they started for the transportation of the huge things in one place to another place. So steam engine triggered the transportation depends on the coal mine and coal production things. So that is the first industrial revolution happens. Second industrial revolution is 2.0 is associated by the two concepts, that is the advancement in electricity as a new source of energy and mass production via assembly lines. So as an implementation of electricity in the productions. So second industrial revolution is started from the is associated from the USA. There is a hypo, we can not hypo, but yeah, we can say that is started from there, and a Henry Ford that is implemented in the gain transportation, that is automobile field. Factory was the first implemented that mass production approach. So the characteristic, the presence of slide is assembly lines. So this is the reference paper, reference pictures we have I had taken from the book. So this is showing that second industrial revolution in 20th century, the assembly line created the economy of mass production and consumptions. Buick assembly line, Detroit, Michigan, in 1950s. Third, mass production versus mass customization. Their failure in the one type of production on assembly lines trigger for more programmable machines. They introduces the early version of the IBM machine in model 5150. So this programmable machine, computers and periods of industry 3.0 is began. So industry 3 witness a series of technological development in relatively short time, that is improved in the semiconductors, leading the mainframe computers in mid 60s, personal computers mid 70s and 90s. That is the internet introduced in the our life. So That is the industry 3.0. So this is the just giving the some developing our organization structures. After the when digitalization is introducing the information revolution, we can say that first or computer introductions, they will start to digitalize the organizations. They're changing the structure of the organizations. For this, they're using the flexible, inclusive innovation. They're flexible, adaptive learning, quick decision making, inclusive inclusive. There is internal collaboration and external orientation, innovation, test and learn approach, then trial basis things, fluidity, that is cross-functional teams or ideas and incubation, excellence, embedding technologies, intelligence in every aspect of the business, and generate the measurable business values. So, for example, these are the part of Industry 4.0, that is the comparison of changes in influence of the industrial revolution. For example, these are some new technologies that we are learning nowadays. This is Industry 4.0. They introducing AI, AR, VR, cloud computing, cyber physical, system integration, additive manufacturing, Internet of Things, big data, and cyber securities of issues things. So these are some new technologies and emerging technologies who are playing very big, vital role in the changing the industry or transforming to industries nowadays. There is coming to Industry 4.0. So they are also moving some another Industry 4.1, or we can say 4.5. Those era is changing it. So there is a fourth industrial revolution has started, like big data. We have the lot of data. They have connected with the machines and doing through the internet. They're doing the analyze things. So this is the AI plus big data plus high internet connectivity. They will providing to change the industrial work culture or industrial life things, providing the industrial revolution. So they have using the industrial digital transformation, change of the life, and they change the improve the social life. There. So this is the whole concept of the industrial transformations. Now I'm just taking because as I mentioned here, so many technologies, right? So I'm considering most of the four basic technologies they are using, companies are using to very quickly, and they are adopting and they are changing to transforming the based on those technology. They are transforming their work culture, their social life, and employee social life and all things. So first one, that is the AI, artificial intelligence. So as we know, this digital transformation, we already talked about this whole how to they are upgraded systems in the 1.2 industry 4. So I'm not going to talk. The fourth industrial revolution, that is called the second information revolution or second data revolution things. So as we know, AI taking the huge improvement and huge current time everywhere are AI, everyone talking about to AI, artificial intelligence. As the name itself is showing that artificially creating a brain, human brain, that artificially they're creating the some brain or some machine. They can be compete the human brain. They can compare to, they can think like human brain. They can work like human brain. They can improving or thinking or analyzing things, predicting futures and all things as a based on their human brain. So this is the making the artificial intelligence. So this is the economic cultures change. AI will change the economic culture, cultural, social, and endless disruption. They can AI gonna be do that things. So, for example, as a McKinsey's report, there's a labor charge going to 58% of jobs gonna be automated. So jobs gonna be automated. It doesn't mean that job gonna be reduced. That is the one thing. Like people are very afraid about that. How is gonna like when we are talking about automated job, autonomous jobs, that means they feel like, okay, this is, if this is happened, then job gonna be reduced, or no job is there. There is a lot of jobless people and a lot of things, but not like that. As we think about that in starting about a computer. When they started that computer, they're going to calculate introducing in the market, introducing in the industries. People are also talking in the similar like that. If computer will be there, then job gonna be reduced. But it's gonna be increase the jobs. Just need to change that. Think about change the skill of the peoples. Change the creating the new skills, new jobs for the peoples. They can start to controlling how to gonna be control about these automated things, robot or automated autonomous machines and all things. So everyone, I think everyone know about this Elon Musk, right? He is the very pioneer industrialist that can be he using to AI in very huge, very disruptive manners. Like he recently he's as introducing, he's giving that idea, or his company is in trying, that is his company name is a Neuralink. They are creating some chip they can be used to in the future. They're gonna be put in the human mind like that. For that, they are start doing the experiment in the pig's mind nowadays. It's already going on. There's computer chips in the pig's mind. They're working and they start to analyzing and how to is work. And in the future, they have planning to is gonna be make this type of some chips for the human perspectives. So as when we talk about that time they are thinking about to, like currently for the listening the music we have required to headphone and all things. So they have proposed that this type of some chips they want to create in the they want to add in the human mind brain, and then whatever type of music that person or people are want to listen, that type of music is going to be automatically is going to be happen in his mind, giving that type of situations environment. So for that they are starting this work. Is a his company name is a Neuralink. So if you guys have time, then you guys can be see the progress of this type of work is going on in AI field. So that is the AI report. Like McKinsey 27 to 2017 to 18, they mentioned that 2030, 15 to 30% of global jobs will be automated. In Korea itself, is existing jobs will decline by the 7 million, while 7.3 million new jobs are created. So, and PwC, that is another analysis report, they're doing that mid to 2030 job automation rate will be 38% in USA, 24% in Japan, and 22% in Korea. And OECD, that is in 2019 report, they have job automation rate is OECD members. States will be 14% on average. It will be around 10% in the Korea. So this is giving the Korean government report, a national strategy of AI report that is generated in the 2019. So let's start the understanding of the basic, what is the basic of AI? Understanding of the AI, there is a basic concept of AI is a science and technology that perform human intellectual functions with the machines. The growth of AI is the rapidly advance in the 2000 with the growth of computing power, the emergence of excellent algorithm and accumulation of data, resulting from the widespread penetrations things. So, yeah. Then for in here, when we're talking about data, that is the data annual accumulation, that is amount of 15.5 zettabyte in 2015 to 2020, there is increase 50.5 zettabytes. And in the more future, until 2025, is going to be increased 2025 equivalent to the 175 trillion of 1 gigabytes films. So, and about the development, the penetration of optical cable, high-speed internet, and speed of the wireless internet or IoTs related things. So the utilization of AI, AI can perform the machine learning, have the cognitive functions such as verbal, visual, and auditory sense, and understand the interpret of the situation. It can be create the new added value through the convergence. Last, we have the impact of AI is the international organization, global consulting institution are paying special attention to the potential and ripple effects of AI. So this is the, I'm just giving the one example. I know that is the AI is already lot of things, so you guys can be already in your universities have this type of course. So I'm just giving to some brief algorithms understanding about to AI, how AI is gonna be, how is AI is working. So AI is giving the as a taking the as an input, and the low level features they're creating the feature extracting, low level, mid level feature, high level features, and then give the trainable, train those data classifier and give that output. So for example, we giving the as an input one image. That image has a pixels. Pixels is creating the edge, textures, motif. They part the part, and then it will be defined that what is the object, is recognize that object as a object. As a text point, how can be like NLP and natural language processing? This is the image is using the computer vision and those type of applications. So that in the text they're using the NLP and those type things. So NLP they're using the character, characterize, word group, clause, and oh, word group, clause, sentence, and create the stories and define that what type of stories are happening there. So this is the example of AI. The AI has we know that AI has also machine learning and deep learning and those features, those more specific topics for getting developing and the more and more. So here we have to talking about machine learning algorithms. Some machine learning algorithm they have a supervised, unsupervised, semi-supervised reinforcement. So supervised one, there the training data includes the desired output. They're like in the supervised means we already tell to machine what type of data we are going to give, what is I'm going to give into data. Unsupervised means we are giving the group of data, we just tell to features extracting. Based on feature extraction, machine will be tell to us, tell to give the output that what is the what of the input we are given to them. Semi-supervised means we have telling them or not telling them. We are telling some features, we are not telling some features to machine, and they based on there they will gonna be decide those things. Reinforcement learning means it is we not going to tell anything to machine. We just give the feedback of the machines. Like we give the any input, machine analyze those things and tell us the our out his output. After analysis, we are giving that feedback, that is positive or negative feedback, and based on that machine gonna be again to revise those things, do this process and improving their knowledge, machine's knowledge itself things. So that is the classification. In the supervised, we have the classification, regression, using the prediction methods and those things. Unsupervised, like clustering, give that group of the data and those things, based on those they do the clustering and defining the objects of the product, giving the input. So AI has the like reinforcement learning has the AI control theory, operation research, artificial neural network, neuroscience, psychology. These are some applications where you can use this reinforcement learning. And deep learning. So in the deep learning, like CNN, we have, I hope some of like who has already in final year or second year students, they already know about final year, second year, third year students, they already learned something about to this deep learning AI related algorithms. So that is the just giving the one CNN algorithm of deep learning. There is the like this is the one picture we giving the as a input in the our system gonna be categorized to in the pixels, and then it will be changed their word to doing the max pooling things, those things. Based on this, we are connecting two features. What like we want to know what is this picture, what is the elements or what are the objects in this picture. Based on this classification, filtering, and max pooling feature extraction process, after process they are make the connectivity and let us know this is the seminar picture, this is the logo, there is the people, there is the title of the some seminar, and there is a written the some department name, like that one they are categorized those things. So because that is the industrial revolution, we're talking about the industrial revolution, so I'm not going to teach about to this AI and those things. I'm just giving the brief introduction about every some attentive technologies, they are going to be a change. They are going to be a very important role. They're going to play in the very important role in industrial revolution or industrial transformation. This is things. And now I'm going to talk about another technologies, that is the IoT, Internet of Things. So the Internet of Things, in like when we start when is it started the internet in around the 2008 and before that, during that time, the definition was internet is the term of IoT has come to describe the number of technologies and research disciplines that enable the internet to reach out into the real world of the physical objects, right? But nowadays in like 2020 and this 21st is going on, during this time the definition is completely changed. Now IoT defined, its definition is things having identities and virtual personalities operating in smart spaces using the intelligent interfaces to connect and communicate within social environment and user context. So we can see that in the starting of IoT, there is a just thinking to inbuild the internet in the physical world. But now they have those physical who has the IoT devices. Those devices has their own identities. Those identities is going to play in very vital role in our society, in our personal lives, and according to our concept context, these are changing to the applications things. So these are the changing in IoT's definitions. So these are the some IoT applications. There is evergreen IoT adoptions. They're using like every physical things need to be a, like we can call that EOT. Every things of everything is internet things. So every physical things, devices, everybody can be access the informations. Every services, every businesses gonna be digitalize these things. Any path, every networks we can use. Every places, everywhere, every time, every kind of contents we can access through the internet. That EOT, everything on internet. So that is the evergreen IoT adoption, or we can say the Internet of Things, everything of internet or internet. So this is some IoT standards and protocol, like hype cycles of IoT standards and protocols in 2020s. They introduced in this like MPQ, data distribution services, message queue telemetry. These are some standardization is going on and happened in the defined in till 2020. Next, we have to this connected world. We have connected IoT. In 2025, we have more than 75.44 billions of statistics of billion data is going to be added with the Internet of Things. So these are some statistics given that in Statista analysis. But they have IoT has some big challenges, top challenges to adopting the IoTs. First things like things. We need to think about that not everything gonna be connected with the internet, right? We need to make it is a big challenge, connecting everything, because everything has some different perspective, different applications, different use, different things to be connected with the internet, connected with each others. They need to have some specifications, some platforms, so many challenges. Second, we have to connectivity. Connectivity is like coming to 5G, 4G, 6G, in the future 6G and more high speed the network. But according to that, we need to change that physical things to be make the lot of changes in the physical things also. So connectivity is also one issue. Data analytics, we have to use of data, but in those data, we need to refine, we need to filter that which data are useful for some particular application, we have to not useful for the particular application, those things. Last, we have to the action. We need to think what the IoT devices and those things, how to be act according to human perspective. It's not gonna be harmful for the humans and those things. We need to think about these are some basic challenges for the IoT adoption. So if we are connect with the IoT plus digital transformation, according to IoT survey, there is a mention that 73% of companies surveyed are the currently active on IoT devices. 60% of those working on IoT are aiming to the grow revenue and profits, and 50% of reduction to downtime with the predictive maintenance. These are the source of collecting this information from the redefining connected conversions, IoT trends and challenges, and experience service survey. So these are the some basic analysis of the data for the where IoT plus digital transformation or industrial transformation is happening. Next technology we am going to talk, I'm just going to the introduction about to the industry 4.0, that is the cloud computing. That is also very emerging, or we can say that very play very vital and key role of to in this industry 4.0 era, because they are providing to the store or save the data, and they are providing those data to anywhere and anytime things. So this is the structures of applications where is cloud computing is going to be used. So that is the cloud computing have rented in providing the rented infrastructure. We can rent the some location, some place, and we can store our information in the cloud, and that information we can use in anywhere and in the world. Those things, infrastructure, and provide the application services. It provide the focus on the application logic and scalability. Infrastructure, startup, and business create the, it will provide the place there we can create or we can make the structure for the some startup ideas and some businesses. It will give the grow infrastructure. There is an unknown size, whatever size we want, they can be provide us, they can be scalable, that size of the servers of the place in the worldwide region. Access and edit the personal information, the surplus of the infrastructure and middleware of the application host. So these are the some basic role of basic applications they can be provided in industrial way or personal way also to be save this information or data to the cloud, or where we can use those information and data from anywhere. So for example, this is as an example of subscription oriented cloud computing, means X as a service. Anything we can use in the as a service. For example, as a user, we are using doing the shopping and sharing the information, things. Yeah, this is the we are doing the shopping or going for the exchanging some money with the server. Like currently we are using the credit card and those things to pay. Those information is going to be in the cloud. With the help of cloud, we are providing the applications details in the cloud, storage information, computational development, all is there. They are connected with the other organizations also, like government organization and other cloud organizations. And there is a client who can be manage this whole cloud managers. So this is the whole process of giving the subscription of anything. Is not only for this shopping purpose. Shopping is the giving the example, but that is also using for the some any applications field. In education field, we have as a teacher, we can upload our content in the internet, and those internet students can be accessed from anywhere, any places, those things. So that is the subscription oriented cloud computing. Next, we have the cloud deployment model. So cloud had deployment model, they basically define the 3 point, like public internet. Like first one, for example, this is a meeting our going in this class, this lecture. So there is a meeting, we have third party multi-tenant cloud infrastructure and services, and available on the subscription basis to allow to all. That is called the public or internet clouds. That is one. Second, we have to private data center. They will provide like public cloud model within the company's own data center, and they have infrastructure for our internal or partners. They can use those information, those data. That is private cloud or enterprises cloud. Third, we have to the hybrid. That is a private and public both. There is a like clouds, the mixed use of private and public clouds, leasing the public cloud services when private cloud capacity is then insufficient, and providing to hybrid internet clouds, those things. So that is the applications of what type of application is we have. This is the example of as a service. Cloud computing can be used virtualization, provision, security, elasticity, and platform as a service, no capital investment. So these are the some platform or applications there we can use in industry point of view, where we can use this cloud computing technologies. So cloud computing technology has also basically three services. Nowadays is coming to one more services that gonna become. So first one, like software as a service, that is the end user application, where scientific applications like office automations, photo editing, CRM, customer relationship management, social networking, for example, Google Documents, Facebook, Flickr, Salesforce. These are some example of end software end users, and they will connect it with the web 2.0 interface, and these are the users, like we are as the users, we can access those informations through our internet. And like platform as a service, where runtime environment of applications is development of data processing platform, for example, Windows, Azure, Hadoop, Google App Engine, Aneka, so on. So we need to pay for that, and according to payment, and we can access those things. So for the registration purpose, what type of, according to our application or according to our requirement, we can pay or we cannot pay, both way. Third is the infrastructure as a service, that is virtualization server, storage and networking, like examples Amazon, EC2, S3, storage service, right scale, virtual cloud. These are the some infrastructure based service. There is a providing our industries, and those things they can be access the information. So that is the cloud computing things. Now I'm going to be on the last one, that is the blockchain technology. That is my research work, is also I'm working on that. I am running one research lab on this field. So that one is, as we know already, blockchain, why we require the blockchain. They are providing to decentralized security plus privacy plus distribution plus no central or peer-to-peer networks, right? I think our previous speakers has already introduced so many things about those things. So I'm just giving the brief applications and just tell that how to use in transformation in the industry point of view. So this is the centralized, distributed, and decentralization things. So this is the definition. The blockchain is distributed ledger technology that enable digital assets to be transacted, trade in near real time, and recorded to keep the permanence and irreversible. So it permits the transaction to be gathered into blocks, recorded, cryptographically changed block in the chronological order, allows the resulting ledger to be accessed by the different servers. So as I believe that the previous speakers already talked about what is the distributed cryptography, smart contract for consensus. I believe these four things are the basic pillar of this blockchain technology, whereas the distributed ledger is a store the informations all from the long time, all over time, according to applications things. Cryptography they're providing to those information is a hash connection, hash programming, and through the hash cryptographic things they're going to be stored on the system. Smart contract is according to applications, we can create some new contracts based on those smart contract, and new users going to be join us and not in the node or not. And consensus must be the mutual understanding, mutual agreement of the all network nodes, between the nodes, and they will agree on some particular transaction is happening in the network on those things. So this is the blockchain approach. Like during that time, I see someone is asking about what is the starting point of the blockchain. We can start to implementing or using those things. So that is I just giving some brief ideas, like discovering. First, we need to understand the technology. This blockchain, like blockchain, AI, cloud computing, IoT, these are the boom word. Everyone is talking about. That means everyone talking about means if I heard something, okay, I heard about the blockchain. Oh, blockchain is, everyone is working on that. Let's just start it. But before that, you need to understand this blockchain is really useful. Identity, which problems need to be addressed. Access, process, gaps, and possible ways of the re-engineering, realignment, stakeholders is provide that workshops explaining intent of the approach and benefits of this blockchain for the blockchain in particular applications. Second, we have to the feasibility analysis find out the analyze those things. Once we have discovered the requirement of the blockchain in our application, our development, our whatever where we are going to use it. So we need to analyze feasibility of analysis, find out the operational effectiveness, risk assessment, impact to the existing system, regulatory compliances assessment things. Then we need to find out the making the design decisions, what type of design is required. For example, if we are going to implement some blockchain in some, like for this UPACM, that is a group, right? So if you guys want to be implementing the blockchain in this group, so you need to find out the design, that how can be everyone going to be involved in this, any members, how many members are there, how can be involved in this, members are in this group or in the blockchain, and how can we share the information. We are trusted those particular persons, they can be in node as a node, he can join our network or not. So for this all perspective, we need to design to the architecture, we design the structures. So design decision, design, own or leverage existing platform, start with the non-permissioned public ledgers and move to the private permission ledgers or consortium. Define the distributed network roles, smart contracts, define the expected parameters from the re-engineered process like speed, stability, data limits, privacy, maker checker, like that things. Then we start to implement. Collaborate with others means design for the interoperability, review standards, partners with the fintech, build the stacks, start with the small process, sandbox test, proof of concept for identify the process through the testing for the transaction stability and security scalability, like those things. So last, we have execution. Roll out the plan, identify stable geographies, gap assessment, and immediate fix it that problems. So these are the basic 5 steps or 5 process features we can, whenever we start about to think about the blockchain implementation in some particular application or some particular use cases. So we need to think about this whole features and whole steps, all 5 steps, and according to that we can easily to solve other problems of use case. So this is the example about the decentralized application. How can we create this decentralized application? So that is the application that use the smart contract, provides a user-friendly interface to smart contract and components like smart contract and files, web users, interface, front end or back end things. So this is the display that write the smart contract in high-level language, use the compile, run the smart contract code, deploy smart contract on the blockchain platform, Ethereum, Hyperledger, a lot of blockchain platform is available. Then to create the interactive web applications with the smart contract. So these are some how to start the basic start of the blockchain technologies as of creating the decentralized applications things. So next we have to, what is the benefit of this blockchain? First is a transparency, is not transparency, that is the dependency. All updates to data and transaction must be verified by the other. Is make that trustable network, trust in the data. Transparency, any user can check if the system is working correctly. Each transaction is confirmed by the verifiers who are peer users of that blockchain network. Privacy is make that despite blockchain being a decentralized system with the high level of the transparency, all transaction and interaction between network members are anonymous. And last, data integrity, like blockchain guarantee that data is not going to be changed, not going to be modified for the anyone. So these are some basic benefits from the blockchain technology. So these are some challenges. So there is called the untapped blockchain issues. I give that one. So that is some challenges is scalability is also one of the challenges. If once time is network is created, blockchain is created, new members is gonna be joined, and how gonna be joined, and how much data is gonna be accessed. Previous data is gonna be accessed or not. Those all so much points, so much challenges to be solved in scalability. So and cumbersome, slow and cumbersome. There is also very slow because is anonymous nodes are gonna be connected in the network, right? So who's gonna be verify those things? We have to do that required required to the specify those things. So that is also one of the challenge. Second is environment cost. There is the energy consumption is too much high energy consumption, as you guys already heard about the Bitcoin consumption. Bitcoin mining is doing very hard for the environment, harm for the environment. So crime connection is also one of the basic things, one of the basic challenge or untouched people topic in this field. Like people, whenever we talk about Bitcoin and those things, people thought that okay, this is the cryptocurrencies. Like sometimes hacking is happened, ransomware and those things. They are asking about to give us Bitcoin. Not they didn't ask about to give the money. They are USD and those things. They are asking about to give the Bitcoin. They're changing because Bitcoin is the cryptocurrency and secure and it's not going to be traceable, right? That's why. And people who, when talking about blockchain, they are thinking about, oh, it has the only using by the criminals or using in the crime connection between that. Privacy and security. Privacy and security is also one of the issues in challenges in the upcoming future when is coming the quantum computing and fast, more high processing computers is there. So it's easy to break that hash function and hash cryptography and those things is easy to crack the security issues. And public perceptions, like public perception is thing that if someone is finance field or if someone is management field, they just think about, okay, blockchain is going to be used only for the cryptocurrencies and management, fintech, financial technologies things. But in like someone who is the core technical technology field, they also think about that this blockchain is going to be used only for the fintech, cryptocurrencies things. We need to think about the varieties about the features. So there's public perception is also very important. And last is the regulation. Rule and regulation means make the standardization. There is not done still now any standardization is with that. So still we have to light up a lot of things is need to work on this field, blockchain also. So these are some challenges untouched things. So here I'm just giving the one example where I use the blockchain technologies out of the cryptocurrency. Is not the related with any cryptocurrency I'm using. I had used to this applications with my research team in application of autonomous vehicle, self-driving car things. So just like currently traditional security issues, the vehicles has this type of some specific issues like ITS, intelligent transportation system, traffic signals and those things. They have decentralized, they have centralized architecture, heavy on the resources, unable to protect data that is mobile, unable to handle large amount of data at that same time, no access to vehicle history, and no distributed network is available. For this, we can use the help. We had work do the simulation for that things. Blockchain technology, we provide those blockchain technologies in this perspective. Decentralized architecture, low on the resources, able to protect data that is mobile because vehicle is moving some every time and during movement. How can we manage those data? Able to handle the large amount of data at the same time, access to vehicle history and distributed network. We provide this where anyone can be accessed, can be connected with the services and those things on the same time. So these are the some applications. That's why we have introduced this blockchain technology in ITS system in self-driving car monitoring. So in the self-driving car, we have the process like in the vehicle is coming on the intersection from the all intersection as coming to vehicles. Before the reaching the network, they have a broadcasting that we are going to reach on this platform, this location. Every vehicles they can do the mining, do the networking, and according to that, they do the process. How can we, which vehicle is going to be moved first, on which direction this is going to be go. So according to that, we have do this process like sender create the transactions. With the help of transaction is distributed and validate via cryptographic hashing, and transaction is committed to the blockchain and miners are rewarded. For the reward purpose, we have introduced the IVTP, that intelligent vehicle trust point. That is not cryptocurrency. That is the some trust point they can be validate, they can use for the so to be in future for the insurance, for the reselling their car, to reputation based token, a reputation based token or reputation based point to vehicles can be how much reputation of that vehicles in the during the driving system, during the movement of the in the network. And then receivers receive the transactions, and after the approving, transaction is committed to the blockchain and miners, and after that the receiver receive the transactions. Transaction means, here transaction we are talking about to the message transmission. For example, someone is coming on the intersection there, I want to know about which location is, how much far is petrol pump, how much far is some service center of the vehicles. So they can be share those information based on this network things. This is the just one video. I'm just gonna show, this is the current time traffic situation in here, not here, in the worldwide that is going on. Like vehicles are moving with the based on this traffic signal. When traffic signal is green, they are moving. When it's red, that gonna be stop. But sometimes if someone is doing the over speeding, that is gonna be happen the accident and those things. So sequentially happen in this type of some problems in current situations. So what we have proposed in this is the blockchain based our proposed system. Will use this blockchain network. Like you can see, these are the intersections. When vehicles are coming, they have already shared the information through this blockchain server, and according to that they will control their speed, and based on those speed they are moving, they are going to cross in the network, cross the intersection, and they will control those speed for the avoiding the unusual accident and those things. So that is the our proposed systems. We have to that simulation work, and like we have already published in the patent and papers on this our results. So you guys can be see from this like branch based blockchain technologies. If you search that, you can get it those paper also. Next, I'm just gonna be talk about to the concluding remark about this my whole talk. So like we are talking about to digital transformation. We am talking to digital bolt-on from the basic digital tools and upcoming advanced digital disruption way. So and we have already talked about to the adoption challenges about the Internet of Things, AI, machine learning examples, and talking about the cloud computing. But this all combining, there is some challenge research scope that is called the securities, privacy, scalability, consensus, and quantum resistance. These are some feature scope in the all technologies have, and is a that is also going to be happen in this future research point of view. So that is the whole remark of these things. And after that, I just want to introduce my e-learning, IEEE Automotive e-learning course that I'm already running. Is going on. So we have introduced, this is a 5 lecture series where you can use it. Anyone can be learn from that what type of automotive security is happening in the future front of you. The title is Automotive Cyber Security is Protecting the vehicles with engaging interactive design and those things. So first lecture is evolution of intelligent and autonomous vehicle. Second is the connected vehicle communication, how their vehicles gonna be communicate. And the third one is that securing intelligent transportation system. And there is a providing, and fourth is the using blockchain technology to secure autonomous vehicle. And the last one, we have to be a future research perspective, collecting, analyzing, and interpreting vehicular data, and what is the future research scope in this autonomous vehicle industry. How to automotive, because currently everyone talking about autonomous vehicle, but they have a lot of challenges in security. As much as we are connected with the in IT and those things, there's gonna be problem with the securities things. So we have talking about the automotive cyber security course, so we are providing those things to be in future perspectives of the vehicles things. So this is the another things about to my research book. I have just recently in the May 2021 we have I have published information security of intelligent vehicles communication, and this is I already talked about the IEEE online lectures for the automotive cyber securities. So if you want to any lectures, then you guys can go for the registers. Those things from the IEEE there is available, so you can access those things from IEEE. And these are some books: Industry 4.0, transformation. So this is the two books I have as an author and editor of these two books. First one is like Management 4.0 Cases and Methods of Fourth Industrial Revolution. This one is completely provided you in management point of view how to be a industrial management. Industrial 4. Industrial revolution is happened step by step in each particular use case, like agriculture, marketing, fintech, and all things. We are talking about those point of view. That is as a course wise, this industrial transformation is a very useful book for this management 4.0. And second, that is the blockchain technology for the industry 4.0. This book is providing to the completely how can we be make it the more secure, or more efficient, or what is the future of upcoming industrial revolutions things is research point of view. This industry blockchain for industry 4.0 is the good for the is giving there's a lot of research scope and those things for if someone is want to use this book, so they can use it, and it will be very helpful for the that's perspectives. First one is getting the basic information, not basic, we can basic to advanced for the this management 4.0, and research point of view, that is blockchain for industry 4.0 things. And these are the another things like book call for book chapters. If anyone interested to write a book and those things, they can send me their proposals and all things. And this is the another conference I'm organizing in this December, in a international conference of intelligent human computer interaction in USA. So if anyone interested, then please they can send the papers on there. The September is the last date of the submitting the paper. And that's all. Thank you very much for listening and giving this long time. I think his lecture is over. Sorry for the taking extra times. So yeah, yeah. If you have any questions, then please.
Okay. Hello, thank you, sir, for that very in-depth analysis on transforming technologies, the transforming industry of 4.0 technologies. So, okay, let's jump into our Q&A. You may still send in your questions via the link displayed on your screens. So, for our question, may it be presented on the screen? Please hold.
Can I stop sharing?
Yes, please. Okay. Oh, sir, here is your question. What do you think will mark the next industrial revolution?
From my point of view, what is the industrial revolution is one of the, like these technologies is still in the beginning stage, right? AI, IoT is a little bit, not very old, but yeah, these are the all in starting phase. But when these all in coming in the more in advance, for example, AI, they're going to be involved in the making the social networking, social life, they're going to be affecting the social life, our making that some basic environment there behaving like our what we are what our behavior is matching with us, very similar with that. So I think that time is going to be changed the another industrial revolutions, because during that time people get it more advanced technologies with that they can use or they can change. Currently we are talking in this way. In the future we are talking about to the like transportation, those type of things. Like this is a example. So it will be taking the more, not very huge time, but I think more than 20-30 years we can find out that some new industrial revolutions comes. So it is also based on the data information revolution, that is called the information 3. In here I just talk about the information 2, right? Data revolution, information revolution 2.0. So it's gonna be changed in the information revolution from 3.0 and like that way. When he's coming to like I think about the quantum computing and quantum securities related things, it's gonna be more industrial revolution. That is also gonna be change the industrial life, via industrial culture with our social culture also. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that answer, sir. A lot of changes regardless of anything that happens, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think we have time for one last question. Can we look at the next question? Okay. In your opinion, sir, how much impact could be felt on the social and cultural aspects of society with the rapid evolution of technology? I think you've already discussed this, but could you elaborate with social media and with the other sites, if you could?
Social media and other sites, like currently current time, as a in the basic time, we can see that our like young generation and like more who is coming and growing, they are most believing on the internets. Whatever the we heard about any topic, they just run away to internet and find out the Google search and all things and get it the information. But they are believing completely on the internet. But I believe that that is not the right way. As much as you guys must be a read that book, because if reading the book, they have if writing in the book, they have really write it the based on some proof, not from the without proof. But in internet and social media, whatever we are getting the rumors, we are just sharing, we are getting, but no verification of those information, right? That is also very effective. That is not effective. That is the not we are getting the information is not correct way. If in the like social media, they are changing to life of thinking of people's in a different way, you can say that. So yeah, as your question is how much impact could be felt on the social media and cultural aspect. So whatever we are seeing in the internet and those things, we are nowadays believing. So it is really changing the lot of our thinking point, arguing point. So without proof, without verification of any information, any data, we are believing that is not true. So it is the need to be a take some time. Whatever information, I'm not saying that social media is completely the fake news and those things. I'm saying that making the proof of those information, what information you are going to affect your life, your effect to your personal or professional or social life, you must verify those informations. Is it more important that to be things? But current time, I think social media is take over to those thoughts. They are stopping to think about the logic behind those some information. Whatever they just written, we are believe. Whatever picture we can see, it is we are believe that okay, this has happened. But I think that is the take a time is a very changing the life in the different manners. But it need to think about those also. That is also one of the challenge, we can say that. Yeah.
With the growth comes challenges. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for answering those questions. These are all the questions we can answer for now. So, audience, if you would like to know more about Dr. Singh, you can visit his site. The link will be sent in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can visit me, or you can send me the email. I will be happy to contact you. And if anyone has good interested in the some blockchain and this industry 4.0 as an internship, that is also I can help for those things. So research perspective, anyone who want to be a join, then can send me the email. That is good. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Singh. So for taking your time out of your busy schedule to have this speaking engagement with us. So with that, we would like to present you with this certificate of appreciation. The Association for Computing Machinery, UP Dinaman Student Chapter Incorporated, awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Madhusudan Singh for being an esteemed speaker at the ACM Fest Day 3 held on July 30, 2021. Thank you once again, sir. If we could have a moment for a picture.
Hello, I'll be taking the picture. Okay. On my count, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you again, sir, for all that you've done for us.
Thank you very much.
We wish you luck on your future endeavors.
Yeah, thank you. I have just a question. Can you send me the email about this certificate of? Can I get the email? This certificate?
Yeah. We will be sending these certificates to you after the event.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much. Have a good day and good luck for this nice event.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And with that, guys, so we have finished our second speaker for the day. So what's next, do you guys think? So up next, it is time to announce our second raffle winner. Okay. So can I have a drum roll, please? So our second raffle winner, congratulations to Player Pugal for winning our second raffle draw. Keep your inbox open. Our event organizers will be contacting you about claiming your prize. We hope you enjoy it. And don't forget, we will be announcing our last raffle winner later, so stay tuned. Now I think it's time for us to move on to our last speaker for today. Just a reminder, once again, that if you have any questions for the third speaker, you can ask them using the link displayed on screen or sent through the chat. Okay, so our last speaker, but definitely not the least, is UPACM's very own alumna. She was UPACM's chairperson back in 2014 to 2015. She graduated as a magna cum laude in BS Computer Science in UP Dinaman, and she received her MS Knowledge Service Engineering from KAIST in 2018. She is former McKinsey consultant and currently working as a data scientist. She is here live from Australia to show us all the different career paths in machine learning. Everyone, please welcome Ms. Christine Balid. Hi, Ma'am Christine.
Can you guys, just a quick technical check, can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah. All right, let me share my screen. Yeah. Okay. And also just another quick technical check. Can you guys see my shared screen?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, cool. All right. Well, Lance has introduced me, but maybe I'll introduce myself again. My name is Christine. I'm currently based in Melbourne, Australia. I was a very active member of UPACM back when I was an undergrad. So I became a member in 2013, and then I headed the education committee, and then I ended up becoming the chairperson the following year. And so I have a very, I guess, strong attachment to this organization, and I really had a lot to learn and a lot of like really good relationships while I was in this organization. And I'm very proud to see how ACM has evolved over the last 5-6 years. And it is a privilege to be speaking to you guys here again as an alumna. So I am a data scientist, and today my talk will be about career paths in AI and ML. So to start with, let's ask this question. So you want to work in AI and ML. And I think I will segment this talk into, I think, 3 sections. It's a relatively short talk, so you can ask me, I guess, more practical questions towards the end. So the agenda for this talk is segmented into 3 topics. First, I will probably narrate a bit about my journey as a data scientist so far. The second part would be talking about the different career paths that you could pursue as a graduate in CS in the field of AI and ML. And third, I'm going to talk about what is the career progression like for some of these roles, and how do these roles work together in an actual, enterprise organization or maybe in a startup. So yeah, hope that you guys learn a bit about the career paths in AI and ML. I think that a lot of the audience are actually undergrads and going into, making that decision when they graduate as to what they're going to do. So hopefully that clarifies some of your questions or confusions of how AI and ML works in practice in industry. So yeah, let's jump right into it. So this is my story of how I got started into AI and ML. I was an undergrad. My student number is 2011 in UP, and I graduated in 2015. And the picture that you see here is Sir Prost Naval with a bunch of us who were under CVMIG at that time. So when I was an undergrad, I got into AI and ML because of CS 180. I don't know if it's the same subject now, but CS 180 was Introduction to Artificial Intelligence. And during that time, I experienced building my first neural net, which classified handwritten digits. I'm pretty sure that's still a standard exercise when it comes to Intro to ML, but I really like that subject. And so the following year, in my last year of university, I got into CVMIG. And in CVMIG, I worked with my thesis partner, Carissa, she's this other woman here, on a project. It's called the classification of heart sounds using continuous and discrete wavelet transforms using random forest. And we managed to publish that work in a conference in 2015. And yeah, so at this point in time, it has been cited 30 times, which I think is quite surprising. I didn't think that that would be cited by that many people, but apparently people like that paper. So we managed to publish that as undergrads, and in one of the ACM talks, I actually found out about this career path called data science. It was pretty new back then, and there wasn't any sort of data science jobs being offered to people when they graduate from CS. So it was in its very early days. I mean, it's a thing that's known maybe in the US and other geographies, but definitely not a thing in the Philippines yet at this time when I graduated. So after I graduated from CS, I briefly worked at Globe. So from May 2015 up to like January 2016, I worked there as a management associate. And just like any other fresh grad, I sort of started experiencing an identity crisis because the job that I was given there was not really leveraging my technical skills, which I've kind of cultivated as a CS undergrad. So I really wanted to be a data scientist and work in that field. So what I discovered is that there's a bit of a disconnect between expectation and reality at that time when I graduated. So as I've mentioned, data science was the thing in the Philippines then. I think there were only like 1 or 2 companies who were doing that sort of work. And as a fresh grad, it's really hard for you to get into those sorts of jobs at this time, back in 2015. I'm sure it's very different now. The landscape has changed quite a bit, but at that time, it was really hard to get into data science if you're a fresh grad. So my strategy to get a data science job was to actually pursue graduate school. So in 2016, I managed to get a scholarship from KAIS for a master's degree. So I did grad school for 2 years in KAIS in a degree called Knowledge Service Engineering. And in that degree, I essentially took a lot of courses on AI and ML. And I also managed to publish a couple of papers. And my work as a grad student was around the analysis of complex networks and how they evolve. So this is me presenting my graduate thesis in Boston in the US. And this is a cool little diagram that came out of my research showing 2 communities in a complex network, and they're diverging. So these represent like topics in medical literature. And so this pink is one topic, and the other is the red colored nodes are also another topic. And so they used to be like one topic, and then they're starting to diverge. So I worked on doing that, and that kind of touches complex network analysis and predictive analytics. So if you want to learn more about that, I've actually published papers on that. So my graduate school thesis got published last year. So yeah, you can read the abstract or something if you're interested, that I can probably answer questions. So that was how I got started. I got interested in AI and ML as a student. Now, how I got my job as a data scientist is, I guess, another chapter of the story. So when I graduated, February 2018, I came back to the Philippines and I got a short gig at Thinking Machines where I worked on NLP projects. So we were analyzing a bunch of, there were two segments of the project. One was for a client and the other was internally, which is this published blog post. So we essentially analyzed a bunch of papers from our archive, that like scientific repository of publication repository. And we ran some NLP models on that to determine how topics have changed in machine learning and over time for the NIPS conference. So this is published in their blog. So if you want to check that out, that's also available in Thinking Machines, their website. Then after my short gig at Thinking Machines, I did that for 3 months. I went in and became a data science consultant for a consulting firm called McKinsey & Company. So I moved to Melbourne, Australia. And throughout my tenure there, I worked in a variety of industries as a data science consultant. So this picture of me with the orange high vest sort of attire, this was taken in a mining site because a lot of my time as a data scientist was spent helping mining clients optimize their processing by using machine learning. So this picture here is a processing plant. So essentially, we help these clients operate or get the best amount of yield from the materials that they're mining through machine learning. And then I also worked on predicting churn for a cable subscription service. And then I build forecasting models to predict the price of barley in Australia. So these are some of the projects that I worked on. There's more of them, but these are like the general flavors or some of the more interesting projects that I've been involved in. And one cool thing that I did while I was there is I worked as a data scientist in the Arctic. So I traveled to the US and did some data science work near the North Pole, which was really a unique experience, I guess. I didn't realize that data science work would allow me to travel as much, being a consultant working with different clients in different industries. I used to think that data science work was just being in the office in front of your computer building models, but in my case, it was more, I guess, in the field, which I kind of loved about that job. And then after McKinsey, I then moved on to my current job, which is in Wesfarmers. So Wesfarmers is a retail conglomerate in Australia, and it has a bunch of retail brands. So in Australia, they own Target, Kmart, Officeworks. You wouldn't know these brands, but they're household names in Australia. And in Wesfarmers, I am involved in building models for recommendations. So essentially, if you go to a website and you buy something, you get a set of recommendations of similar products or products that are complementary. So I have built algorithms that generate that. And then I also work on forecasting sales. So that helps them kind of plan out their inventory and approximate the number of people that they're gonna staff in a particular store. So a lot of retail sort of customer lifetime value management use cases. So that's how I got started working in AI and ML. Now, my career path is only one. There's actually lots of different roles that you can kind of pursue as a CS grad in AI and ML. And I've listed here some of them. So when you want to work in this particular field, you can be any of the following. And this is a non-exhaustive list. So you could be an academic researcher, you could be an applied scientist, you could be a data scientist, a data analyst, a data engineer, a machine learning engineer, a business intelligence engineer, a solution architect, and lastly, an analytics translator. And I will kind of briefly touch as to what each of these roles do and what are some of the required technical skills if you decide to pursue that role post-grad. So the first five, here is like the description of what these roles do and the required technical skills for each of them. So the first one, academic researcher, it's really a person who specializes in AI and ML and works in academia. So your professors or your postdocs, they are classified under this bucket. And what they do is they teach and advise students and publish papers on novel machine learning work. So they're less concerned about applied research, but more about, developing new algorithms, proving theoretical limits of certain algorithms, and things like that. So those that publish actively are in universities and they are considered academic researchers. And sometimes they do collaboration with industry partners. So in some ML papers, you would probably notice that there's somebody working for a company and then there's somebody who's a professor at a university. And yeah, they do sometimes collaborate with industry partners, even if they work solely in academia. And so for this sort of role, your required technical skills would be some research experience. So in order to be an academic researcher, you would need at least a PhD and then some postdoc. So it requires a lot of, studying. Some PhDs take a PhD can take up to 3 to 4 years, and then some even longer. And then after you've gotten your PhD, you then would be required to do a postdoc at another university or another research institution. And these people, they have very deep expertise on highly specialized ML AI topics. So if they say they're an expert in NLP, you'd better trust that they are an expert in that because they're supposed to publish novel work for that particular area. And they can implement novel techniques using open source frameworks and tools. Now, another role that's kind of tangent to or very closely related to academic researcher is applied scientist. So these people, they have also done PhD, they have done a postdoc, but then maybe they didn't want to teach students or they didn't want to advise or work in an academic context. So they often work for corporations and they are usually in the research and development group of that corporation. So if you look at companies like Amazon, Google, Rakuten, Samsung, they have applied scientists working in different parts of the business. But the required technical skills are very similar to that of an academic researcher. But maybe these applied scientists are probably more subject to business strategic priorities. So they won't work on research projects that have no potential business value. And that's probably the difference between academic researcher versus applied scientist. That, business lens towards what projects you're supposed to work on. And then data scientist. So that's who I am and that's what I do. And data scientists, as you might all know, what they do is they perform descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analytics work. So descriptive is telling you what are the observed trends or patterns within the data. So when you are doing exploratory data analysis and just asking questions about the data, then that's descriptive. Predictive is about building models that predict certain things, be it regression, classification, go on supervise. And then the last bit is prescriptive. So this is when you're trying to optimize something. So if you're working with optimization problems, that's sort of in the prescriptive bucket because you're actually recommending a certain value for a driver of an outcome that you're optimizing for. And so data scientists, what they do is they build models. And for this, you need to at least code in either Python or R. You need to know how to write SQL code. You need to know a bit of Spark to work with big data sets. And you tend to have a broad expertise across various ML AI techniques. And you are able to apply those techniques to solve business problems. Then there's the data analyst. And I think a lot of companies actually confuse data scientists and data analysts, especially those that have just started creating their data teams. So data analysts are kind of different from data scientists because they don't do a lot of the predictive and prescriptive stuff. What they do is more on the descriptive stuff. So they perform exploratory analysis to derive insights, to answer business questions, and to help with the strategy or decision-making process. So things like an example of what an analyst might do is, how many customers do we need to target to reach X amount of revenue? So these questions are not necessarily prescriptive and predictive, they're more descriptive. So an analyst would tend to do that. And another special thing about them is they build a lot of dashboards. So reporting dashboards, they build that in Tableau, Power BI, or any of these visualization tools. And usually they have some background in statistics. They know a lot of SQL. They have advanced Excel expertise because they work with business users. And so these analysts would translate their data and make it more consumable to business users to Excel. And on the last bucket here is a machine learning engineer. So a machine learning engineer is similar to a data scientist, but not exactly similar because they don't focus on the experimentation of models or building the models. They're focused on productionizing machine learning models. And what they do is they don't just build the models, but they develop the entire solution around those models. So, and they develop these solutions with a software engineering lens. And they have to ensure that the ML solution is reliable, highly performant, and is able to scale. So it's a bit of a different concern compared to a data scientist. So usually in companies, data scientists build POC models and they have machine learning engineers who will take that POC model and kind of put that into production. And so for this one, what you need would be some data science background, some experience with software engineering, knowledge of machine learning operations. So how do you package applications into containers? How do you orchestrate those containers? And like basic knowledge of CI/CD, not basic, but actually like substantial expertise in CI/CD processes. And also experience building and deploying apps in the cloud if the organization has their platform built on the cloud rather than on-premise. The next one is on for data engineering, BI engineering, and solution architecture, and lastly, the analytics translator. So data engineer, what they do is they design, build, and maintain ETL pipelines. ETL meaning extract, transform, load. So they essentially take disparate or separate data sources and build pipelines to get those data sources from their source, transform them, and load them into a data warehouse or a data lake. And they work on pipelines that process big data, be it batch mode or streaming. And so for data engineers, what they require would be, obviously you need to learn how to code in Python, SQL, Scala, usually. They have to know about big data frameworks like Spark and Kafka. They have to learn how to orchestrate different nodes in their data pipelines. Cloud expertise is also a plus, as well as expertise working with enterprise data storage tools. So things like Oracle, Microsoft SQL Server Studio, these enterprise solutions that are traditionally used by organizations to store their data on-prem. The BI engineer is similar to a data engineer, but they're kind of special in that they focus more on the reporting side of things. So they develop, deploy, and maintain business interfaces. So dashboards and reporting tools. They create the data pipelines that support that and regularly update data so that business users can access them. And as you can see, it's very similar in terms of skill to the data engineer, but maybe what is special around them is they have some data analysis and visualization tools in their skill set. And then last two would be solution architect. So a solution architect is a person who designs the end-to-end software solution to address a business problem. In this case, they would be specializing on the end-to-end solution for an ML or AI service. And they usually have a good grasp of an organization's tech stack. So these people are quite senior and they've been software engineers in their previous roles. And so they design how different services across the business would be integrated. Say if you have a model and you built this model as an API, now how would this model get consumed by another integration point, say a website or a mobile app, or in batch mode via email when you're using this model to target customers via email. So that's the sort of thing they do. It's less of like implementation, but more of design. And they can design properly because they have a good understanding of the tech stack. So required skills here would be software engineering, cloud development, the usual stuff. And lastly is, this one is not a technical role, but more of like a business role. And this is called analytics translator. So what they do is they translate a business problem into a data science problem, and they engage stakeholders. They are also in charge of calculating the dollar value or potential business value of a DS use case. So if you're starting a model, obviously going into that project will require some resource from the business or some form of investment. So you want to know that the investment in this data science project is worth the amount of like additional revenue that you could gain from it, or amount of cost saving that this model would bring. So they usually do that finance calculation. And obviously they also create and manage work plans for data science projects. So this is not a technical role, but more of like a business role, as I've said. But they do require some understanding of DS data science, because they will do the translation between a business problem into a data science problem. And they will have some business background, as I mentioned, because they kind of calculate valuation. And lastly, they need to have project management skills, because they're the ones designing the work plan and making sure that the project, the machine learning project is on track and is delivered accordingly. Yeah, so those are the different roles, and this is kind of like a rough overview of how those different roles work together in an organization. So assuming that you're in an enterprise organization, you have different data sources across the business. You have a platform for doing advanced analytics. So a platform would usually be like AWS, and they probably would use something like Snowflake as a data warehouse, but it's usually like a cloud provider. So you have these different data sources that will be brought in or ingested into a data warehouse or a data lake using ETL pipelines. And these pipelines are obviously built by the data engineer or a business intelligence engineer. And once that gets into the data warehouse or data lake, then that data, that transformed data, will then be consumed for two purposes. One for reporting, the other is for model development. So path number one here, the reporting workflows that feed into the dashboards, that will be done by the data analyst usually. On the other end, you have model development. Obviously, that's done by a data scientist. And then model deployment is done by a machine learning engineer. The integration is done by a solution architect. Designed by a solution architect. And at the end, you have your consumption layer. So this would be the business users or other downstream services that depend on this analytics asset that you are building within this organization. So they're not like mutually exclusive sometimes. There are like gray areas between these different roles, but this is usually how I've seen them work in organizations. All right, so now you know the roles, you know how they work, you know what are the technical skills that are required. Now I want to talk about what are the career paths for some of these roles. Like where do you go to, and like how does what does career progression look like for that particular path? And obviously this is just my view and personal opinion, and this is like a hideous diagram. Sorry, I didn't have time fixing the graph, but I'll tell you, I'll walk you through what the pathways are for each of these different roles. So you're a graduate, and usually at entry level, there's probably 3 roles that you can go into. You could be a data analyst, you could be a data scientist, or you could be a data engineer. These roles typically they have entry level and junior positions. So as a fresh grad, you can potentially go do any of these things. And then for each of them, so say for example, a data scientist, after 2-3 years of working, maybe 5 years of working, you can either become a senior data scientist. And then after doing a senior data science position, you can go and become a manager of a data science team. You could also become a machine learning engineer if you really like the engineering side of data science. And then you could also become an analytics translator. So if you're keen towards engaging business users rather than doing the implementation yourself and doing more of like project management, then that would be analytics translator. And then you could also become a solution architect. So over time, you build so many pipelines, so many models, and you kind of know the design patterns for each of those solutions. So you can become a solution architect as well. Now for data engineer, you can either become a senior data engineer, you can be a machine learning engineer as well, or you can go into solution architecture. For data analyst, you can become a senior data analyst. You can go into, you can become an engineer if you really have cultivated your engineering skills and become a BI engineer. You will notice that a lot of these things, they're not sequential. You can go and move around in the space, but usually what would happen is people will either become some sort of manager, so they will move up the corporate ladder, or they will stay in their role and become a really specialized person, but still an individual contributor for that particular role. So some people like to go up, some people go like horizontal or lateral moves. So it's really up to you where you want to end up in. For me, the path that I'm on, I want to do a lateral move at the moment. So from data scientist to maybe a solution architect. And then later, when I'm older, I want to be managing a team of data scientists and data engineers. So that's me. Obviously, people are different, but this is based off my observation of my peers and people whom I've had a chance to be mentored by. So this is what it looks like for now. Obviously, there will be more roles as this field evolves and as this industry evolves over time. So this will be more complex, but just know that you have plenty of options, and it's not just, become a data scientist. That's not like the only option that you have as a CS grad. So yeah, that's it. I'll probably stop there for now, and you can ask me questions. Thank you. There we go.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you for that wonderful talk. Thank you for shedding light on the different paths that we can take, Ms. Validi. So let's not miss this opportunity to ask questions, guys. You may still send in your questions via the link on the screen. So to start off with our Q&A, let's get our first question. So, Ms. Balili, are there any tips you can give graduating or graduates on how to obtain an ML position abroad?
That's an interesting question, and a really interesting question on getting a job abroad. To be honest, I am not very familiar with the ML landscape in the Philippines, so I can probably answer this question more on the foreign side rather than local perspective. So tips for graduating or graduates on how to obtain an ML position abroad. So I think the key here is to establish a portfolio of projects that you have worked on as a student, be it undergrad or grad, and show that you can implement machine learning techniques, and if you could publish a paper, that would help you as well. So establishing credibility and evidence of your skills is a key, I guess, one of my tips for people who are trying to get a job in AI and ML anywhere in the world. What I did when I was graduating was I had a website, and in the website, I put all of my projects and all of my publications. So whenever I was applying for a job, I sent them my portfolio, and they were able to go through that portfolio. I also have a GitHub. I mean, my GitHub is a bit shit at the moment, but if you had like a repository of code, you can like put that in GitHub, make that publicly viewable. So when you're applying for jobs, you can link them your GitHub as well. So establishing that expertise is one. Second is networking. So if you know someone like a professor who can recommend you to companies or to alumni, like leverage that connection. That's probably gonna help you as well. And thirdly, I think is an important thing is if you don't have 1 and 2, I would suggest that you try and pursue graduate studies, maybe in UP, locally in UP, or try to pursue graduate studies abroad as well. Because studying abroad will eventually lead you to working abroad. It's a bit easier for you to do that and achieve that goal of working as an AI and in an AI ML position abroad if you also had a degree abroad. Like say, for example, if in my case, I was a grad student in Korea, and while I was there, I applied for a lot of jobs. Like I applied in the US, in Europe, in Korea, in Australia. I had a few options doing that because of my degree in this university and the reputation that came with that and the connections that also came with that. So I would say if you can, if possible, do graduate studies. You will notice that a lot of these positions and job ads, the qualification is at least MS or PhD. So if you're an undergrad, it's kind of hard to compete with those people unless you are really, really good and you have a very strong portfolio of projects or you're like a top competitor in Kaggle. Maybe that's the way. But if you're not any of those things, I think pursuing graduate school would be a good way as well.
Thank you, ma'am, for those life tips. Very useful, very useful. Should we move on to our next question? Okay, so for the next question, what are the tech stack should a student learn? Or for someone who wants to pursue data science, to be a data scientist, what's the tech stack that they should learn?
Yep, good question as well. So I think being familiar with Python, well, I'm a Python coder. I know R, but not to the extent that I know Python. So get good at Python is my first tip. And then maybe try to branch out, try learning and becoming proficient in some of the data science libraries that are commonly used. So things like, as I mentioned earlier, like PySpark, Pandas, NumPy, SciPy, Scikit-learn, TensorFlow, PyTorch, Keras. All these things are like the libraries that you usually use as a data scientist. So it allows you to cover all of those things that I mentioned. So descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analytics. And these are kind of like the foundations of all things data science when you start working. So that's my first learning goal for you. The second one would be some knowledge around the cloud. So I know it's a bit hard if you don't have the resources to like sign up for a paid AWS account, but if possible, if there are chances for you to get like a free sandbox environment for AWS, that would be helpful as well. Where I work, AWS is kind of like the top cloud provider. I don't know if it's true in other places, but usually knowledge of Azure, AWS, GCP is really a plus. And then third is probably like getting familiar around CI/CD and ML ops. So things like, I don't know, Docker containers, Kubernetes, being aware of what CI/CD is and what are the processes around that. What else? And lastly is orchestration tools. So how, like, this is more into delving towards the machine learning engineering space. So there are open source libraries out there that make you build ML pipelines. Things like Kedro, MLflow. There's also Airflow. So Airflow is kind of more generic. It's used by data engineers and data scientists to orchestrate different parts of the ML solution. But the other things that I mentioned, like Kedro and MLflow, they're like based off the sklearn ML pipeline. So they're mostly used by data scientists to, arrange the steps in their DAG, in their ML DAG, and to build like the end-to-end process from data ingestion, data processing, and then eventually to model scoring. So yeah, there's lots of them out there, but the first one that I mentioned is probably like the base requirement.
So we have like we all start from somewhere. Is that, yes, the basics. Okay, yes. So thank you. The next question. So I really want a career in data, but the problem is I'm only a very technical person and really bad at data storytelling. I only prefer creating ML models and dashboards. What data career should I pursue? Do you have any advice for?
Good question. So out of the roles, given the context that you gave me in this question, out of the roles that I cited previously, you can probably go into like data engineering or machine learning engineering. Those roles don't do data storytelling as much. So they're very technical, less PowerPointy and less diagrammy, but more around establishing robust and scalable data, the ETL pipelines, MLE, obviously being able to deploy scalable ML models. So I think that would fit your profile more rather than doing data science, because data science involves a lot of stakeholder communication. So you need to have the ability to translate your findings from being technical findings into being business insights. So typically you would have an insight from your analysis, your descriptive analysis, and then the business would ask, so what? So if you don't have that ability now and you really want to be a data scientist and not a data engineer in MLE, what I can advise you is maybe work on that skill. So take courses on that. You can also practice learning on the job and having the experience to tell stories using data is something that you learn over time as well. So it's not something you're born with, it's something you learn. So if you don't have the skill now, then I would advise to go and learn it.
Perhaps you're only bad at it because you haven't started committing to hard bits. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, ma'am. Let's move on to our next question. How much heavy math do you use in your work environment? Algebra, calculus.
Yes. So statistics, like you don't need to be very theoretical in statistics, like they do with like statistics students. Like the knowledge of how to do like basic statistical tests, like t-tests, z-tests, chi-square tests. How do you measure statistical this statistical significance test? Knowledge of that is needed. Say, for example, you're doing A/B testing, like being able to determine how much sample size do I need for these different tests and control groups so I reach statistical significance is also another. So basic statistics, not like heavy, deep statistics, I think would be, it's useful. I would say it's useful because I've done that a lot. Linear algebra, yes, if you're working with a lot of vector. So I'm working with recommender systems right now, and the underlying algorithms there use a lot of matrix factorization. So things like measuring cosine similarity between two vectors to determine whether customers are similar to one another, and like measuring, doing clustering around a vector representation of different products to see which products are similar in terms of purchasing patterns by customers. So that requires some understanding of linear algebra. Like you don't need to have a PhD in these things. Like the skills that you need, you probably learned this in CS 130 already. Or if you're really bad at CS 130, then maybe take a more practical approach to it. There's like a YouTube channel called 3 Blue, I forgot what it is, but there's an excellent YouTube channel out there that explains to you all these concepts about linear algebra. Calculus, not very much. Like they're not asking you to do derivatives in your actual job. Like the back propagation in neural networks, that's already done behind the scenes for you. So you know how to do that in theory, but they're not asking you to implement it. So yeah, it's not that heavy of a math. It's more of like you understand the concept and you understand the implications of different mathematical techniques. You don't need to be like when many of those professors in UP in math, where they're very expert at that subject. I'm not an expert at it, but I know how to use it in a practical context. So that would be the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. So basically, no need to go too deep. Yes.
Yes. They will probably not. Your business users will not require you to explain what Gauss Jordan is. It's not required. Okay. They'll just say, so what? How does this make me more money? That's the conversation that you'll be having. Maybe all these deep mathematical techniques you'll require it if you're a researcher, but practical data science in like an industry context, it's not that heavy in math.
I see. That is a relief. Thank you, ma'am, for that answer. I think our next question will be our last question for now. So can we have our last question? How about this person asks, how is the interview for data science or ML for internship or entry-level positions? So how does
Very good question. Yeah, I'm surprised this was asked a bit later. So I've been on both sides of the hiring process. So in my current role, I've interviewed people for a data science position. And then I've also done a bunch of data science interviews back in the day when I was trying to get my first job. So the interview process looks very different depending on the companies that you're applying for. But generally, there's 3 types of interviews that you would do. Actually, let's go technical and then behavioral. This is assuming that you've passed the CV screening. Like they scan all your CV and they thought you were interesting enough to go into the interview, which is the next round. And usually what happens is like you would apply for maybe 20 companies. Depending on how good you are, you'd probably not proceed to the next level, at least in my experience. Like when I was in grad school and I graduated, I applied to like at least 100 companies. And the positions that I applied for, I get declined. I don't proceed to the interview process. Like CV screening, I'm out automatically. But assuming that you pass that first hurdle, there's 2 types of interviews that you would be doing. So one is behavioral, the other is technical. So behavioral is like, they will ask you questions like, what is your weakness? What is your strength? What is your most challenging project so far? Like chummy questions like that. Like to answer these questions, you have to draw on your experiences as a student. And if you Google, there's actually like a bunch of tips of how to answer those questions. So they're quite generic. So you can work on those questions and there's general tips on how to answer them. And then the second part, which I think is the more interesting bit here, is the technical interview. So there are different types of technical interview. So one is live coding. So essentially in that interview, they will give you a programming question and you essentially have to code in real time and also talk while you code. And the interviewer will ask you questions like, why did you implement it that way? And how would this solution work in some edge case? So that's the first one. I've experienced that at least thrice in my journey so far. And they're intimidating at first, but I think if you calm down and don't think about the interviewer not as an intimidating person, but your peer, and you're doing a rubber ducky like debugging with them, I think that makes it a lot of more like a relaxed experience rather than it being so intimidating. Second type of interview is a use case interview. So they will give you a data science problem, and what they need is for you to walk through the potential solution for that problem. So things like, what is your target variable? What are the features that you're going to use? What are the types of models that you would consider? And how would you measure performance? So the end-to-end process. And those interviews, they don't require you to code. It's just your knowledge of data science techniques and how they apply in actual problems. And then the third type of interview would be around just general data science knowledge. So they literally would take, I've done an Amazon interview, and I did pass that interview, but I did not pass the rest of the interviews. I passed the technical bit, but not the behavioral bit, is what I'm saying. So in an Amazon interview that I did once, the first interview, they will ask you like a wide array of topics. So from supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement learning, deep learning, and then including machine learning engineering questions as well. So it's a variety. So you probably need to draw on like stuff that you learned in grad school and stuff that you're still trying to learn at work. So for these things, there's online resources out there that tell you like top 100 data science questions or top 50 data science questions. And I would suggest that before you go into the interview, maybe like go through those questions and try to formulate or memorize the answer in your head. That's really what they're looking for, your understanding of the concept. And actually memorizing is also not effective, because they'll probably ask you more questions if they feel that what you're giving them is just something that you like read somewhere. So that's a caution on that. And then one last bit I think that I forgot is some companies, they require you to do a coding exam. So you log into a website called HackerRank or any other website really, and they give you like 3 problems, and you have like 1 hour to solve these problems. So it's kind of like the coding part. Instead of doing live coding, they make you code in a platform. And then some companies make you do like take-home exams. So they give you the use case. You have 1 week to implement the solution, and then come back to the interview and present your solution. So yeah, those are the different types of interviews. It's really hard at first, but I think that my tip in here is just keep trying. Don't give up. If you really want the job, if you want to be a data scientist and you want that as your first job, like keep trying. Don't be discouraged by one company declining you. Like, as I've mentioned, I applied to like at least 100 companies when I was graduating from my degree in KAIST. And that ended in a lot of like good offers. And eventually I had to choose one. And I ended up working for that consulting company, which allowed me to gain a lot of experience in data science across different domains.
Hello, okay. Thank you for that, Miss Valili. I'm Mariel. Yeah, I'm stepping in for Lance for a bit. Okay, yeah, I think that's all the time we have actually for our Q&A. We can proceed. So yeah, thank you for shedding light on the different paths we may take, Ms. Valili. Actually, that was very informative. I was taking notes during your talk. Yeah, so with that, we would like to present you this certificate. So Certificate of Appreciation from the Association for Computing Machinery UP Diliman Student Chapter Incorporated awards a Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Christine Balili for being an esteemed speaker at the ACM Fest Day 3 held today. Yeah, thank you so much. Like, we're so happy we got to connect with you again as our alumni. And we really appreciate it, and we hope to see you again in our future events.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to do more talks.
We'll take note of that. Okay. Yeah, let's have a quick photo op. Yeah, I'll be taking the picture too. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Lance is back, I believe.
Thank you for that very informative talk, ma'am. And if you guys have any more questions for her, we can link you in our, just post them in our UP-ACM Discord server, UP-ACM Fest Discord server. And hopefully we'll pass them on to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
Thank you.
And with that, since now that we're finished with our third speaker, what's next? We will be announcing our last raffle winner for today. Can I get a drum roll, please? Okay, so congratulations to Spike Pugao for winning our last raffle draw. You are a very lucky winner, as you are our last raffle winner for UP-ACM Fest. Please keep your inbox open. Our event organizers will be contacting you about claiming your prize. We hope you enjoy it. Unfortunately, that is the last of our raffle draws for the speaking engagement section of ACM Fest. Tune in to our Facebook page tomorrow for more chances of winning during the ACM Olympics. We will also be posting a question of the day on our Facebook page, UP-ACM Fest. So don't forget to like and follow us for a chance to win exciting prizes. Once again, a shout out to our sponsors. ACM Fest was made possible by our major sponsor, Horse Hero, our ACM Fest sponsors, Samsung Electronics, Philippines Corporation, and Twist Resources, our media sponsor, Inquirer Pop, in partnership with People Management of the Philippines. This event is also in partnership with Ateneo Mathematics Society, ACM Treston Chapter, ACM FEU Alabang Chapter, ACM FEU iTech Chapter, ACM TIP QC Chapter, and ACM Fest is also brought to you by UP Circle of Industrial Engineering Majors for the benefit of Kids for Kids. Once more, UP-ACM would like to humbly ask for your support in Kids for Kids efforts to combat online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. A generous donation of any amount will be of great help in supporting this cause. You can send in your donations via the channels posted on your screens. Now, before we close off, to celebrate these wonderful 18 years of UPACM, let's watch this video and look back on how we have continued to build communities to develop the future. Well, I really sure miss these events. Really can't wait for all of us to meet once again in the future when everything settles down. What do you think, Lance?
Yeah, and it's really good to see these kinds of videos to remind us of what used to be and hopefully what will be again in the future. But given the recent news, it might take a longer than expected. But yeah, before we go, we still have one more special message brought to us by UP's ACM's next chairperson. So let us all enjoy this video from Mr. Luis Agana.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for attending our event. It's been a rough 3 days due to our current situation and weather, but at least we were able to spend some time together here in ACM Fest. As we are only able to conduct remote events, we took this opportunity to help deliver knowledge and inspiration from the daily lives of researchers, developers, and software engineers to AI, machine learning, and data skills. And let's not forget resume writing, Industry 4 technologies, and blockchain, and all of which are important things in the field of computer science. And all of that wouldn't even be possible if it weren't for our sponsors, partners, and of course, to our wonderful speakers. We are really thankful for you taking the time to do all of this. And of course, thank you for attending our event. But even though this is the third day of the ACM Fest, there's still more. Tomorrow will be the ACM Olympics, where participants will battle against each other for the grand prize. It's gonna be a fun watch. Once again, thank you so much for being a part of our event. Stay safe and well, and hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you to our future chairperson, Mr. Luis Agana, for that message. And with that, we conclude ACM Fest's talks and workshops. It's been a nice run. Again, like and follow our Facebook page for tomorrow, the ACM Olympics, where different individuals and teams battle for the crown in a game of Tetris, chess, and League of Legends.
Well, that's going to be very exciting. I hear the commentary is also going to be good. But before everyone leaves, I would like to ask everyone to turn on their cameras one last time for one more group photo. So if everyone could just please open their cameras one more time, just so we could have one more final picture.
Mario, would you do the honors?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you once again to our audience for attending and participating in ACM Fest. Check your inbox next week for your e-certs of participation. Once again, my name is Lance Pineda.
And my name is Lance Lim. And we are
signing off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys for coming.